Geopolitics is a word which sounds familiar to all of us, and recently it has become a buzzword for both political experts and specialists in many fields of science and practice. Geopolitics in its simplified form seems to resemble international relations and foreign policy. However, there is a lot beyond this simplification. From an academic point of view, it is a much more comprehensive branch of knowledge. What is so peculiar about geopolitics? Why is geopolitics useful for policymakers? How can it help businessmen, and why is it relevant to all of us? This introductory course aims to answer these questions and to give basic understanding of geopolitics. You will learn how to explain the world geopolitically and how geopolitical knowledge shapes the world itself. Together, we will travel throughout the history of geopolitics, engage with the essential theories and concepts, and cover the key issues and cases of contemporary geopolitics. In the end, we will discuss case studies and invite prominent scholars to share their views and expertise. I hope you will enjoy it, and welcome to the world of geopolitics. Despite the fact that geopolitical approach emerged not so long ago, the influence of geography on politics and international relations in the previous historical periods cannot be denied. Even in the ancient times, tribes and nations did their best to settle in the most secure places, surrounded by mountains, rivers, or some other natural barriers, and also near rivers or on the seashores to have access to resources and to trade opportunities. Then why did geopolitics emerge in the end of the 19th century within academic community, not before? We can find the answer to this question in the term geopolitics. Let's divide this term into its components and look at them. Everything seems rather clear with the part politics. It tells us about struggle for power and dominance over others, for supremacy over the other countries. When we are speaking about the term geo, it usually includes two meanings. On the one hand, geo means geographic factors that determine the struggle for power, the whole political process. On the other hand, in Latin, geo means earth, which clearly tells us the place where this struggle for power and supremacy happens, which is the global arena. At this moment, we can say that emergence of geopolitics is connected with two important processes. The first was the age of discoveries. The voyages of Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Magellan, and many other Europeans in the 15th, 16th, and the 17th centuries broadened the worldview of many Europeans. It allowed the European great powers and their leaders to think globally and to go far beyond their state borders in their foreign policy planning. Second was the rise of geography as academic discipline. Discoveries of new lands predetermined requests for geographical knowledge about these lands, these territories, and people who lived there. Geography could provide such knowledge, and thus it became an effective tool to tell the truth about the natural and social environment of the surrounding world. Now let's look in detail at the term politics in geopolitics. The age of discoveries was a turning point in the human history. It opened the doors for colonization. The European countries that discovered new territories abroad decided to colonize them, to establish control over them. This is how the global quest for resources and territories started. Colonization also contributed strongly to division of the world into us and them. In the previous centuries, this division was driven mainly by ethnical and religious diversity and controversies. Then the new racial dimension was added as the European countries that conquered new lands in the Americas and later in Africa and in Asia did not consider local societies and local types of governance as equals. This feeling of European supremacy caused a phenomenon that was called social Darwinism, by the name of the theory of Charles Darwin, according to which only the fittest species can survive. The Europeans considered themselves such supreme species. They believed that they should conquer the whole world, that they should govern the whole world, and that they should take care of the nations that were not so advanced. Later, famous writer and statesman Rudyard Kipling defined this phenomena as the white man's burden. Another contribution to political competition between states at the global level was made by the Malthusian theory that was formulated by Thomas Malthus in his essay on the principle of population. Malthus, 1798, believed that technological innovations lead to growth of population and to growing demand for resources. According to his theory, the growth of population is higher and faster than the growth of produced resources, and this may lead to hunger, to diseases, and to death. Many European scholars, scientists, and statesmen believed that conquering of new territories abroad can allow them to overcome this Malthusian trap and to gain new additional resources. Finally, in the 19th century, in the age of industrialization, the process of colonization got one more incentive. In many cases, control over foreign territory also meant control over people who lived in this territory and over its market. It was very important for the European countries who in the 19th century started to produce more and more products. Thus, colonialism has moved to the next level that was called imperialism, which meant not only extraction of resources, but also creating favorable conditions in the colonies for the national companies of the metropole. Ultimately, the emergence of geopolitics was predetermined by political practice during the 16th, 19th centuries. On the one hand, it was the time of rising geopolitical competition between the great powers of Europe, the time of their struggle for resources and territories. On the other hand, in this period, the age of discoveries happened, and this age of discoveries created a request for geographical knowledge. Thus, geographers became more important and influential in any European empire. Since geopolitics is about global worldview and involves global political planning, its theoretical foundations were grounded by scholars who lived in the world's most powerful states. Historically, it took place in Germany. On the one hand, by the end of the 19th century, Germany had become one of the most powerful European states. On the other hand, to compare with Great Britain and France, Germany lacked colonies so important for its further development. Before the term geopolitics was widely used in academic and political spheres of the European empires, another term was introduced by the German geographer Friedrich Ratzel in 1897. It was politische Geographie or political geography. The main difference between political geography and geopolitics is the following. Political geography deals mainly with domestic processes in a state, deals with how geographic factors influence political development of a certain political entity. Geopolitics, as we discussed previously, involves global planning, global worldview. It looks more outside the state. It discusses international competition, global competition, and what states should do, how states should act within this competition. So it was logical that geographers first look at factors that determined political development of a certain state. For Friedrich Ratzel, there were two such factors or variables that mattered. First, Raum or space or the area occupied by a state, and second, Lage or position of a country. He combined these two factors to constitute the fundamental law according to which, as Friedrich Ratzel believed, all states act: the search for Lebensraum or the search for living space. As we see, Friedrich Ratzel, who is considered to be a founding father of political geography, also made a big contribution to geopolitics. From all his laws, we can conclude that it is not enough for the state to use only its domestic resources. If state wants to grow, if it wants to be successful in the international arena, it should inevitably look outside in search for better conditions. The main inference from all Ratzel's laws was that the territory of a state is no definite area fixed for all times. Ratzel believed that state was a living organism that always changed. And when the growth of the population occurred, the state could outgrow its own boundaries and therefore require more territory and more resources. That could cause competition and conflicts for resources and territories with the other countries. Though Friedrich Ratzel came extremely close to the invention of the term geopolitics, it was first used by a Swedish political scientist, Rudolf Kjellin, in 1899. Rudolf Kjellin considered geopolitics, or how he called it, Geopolitik, one of the 5 dimensions of political science. According to Kjellin, geopolitics was the objective universal law of a spatial nature that determined the state's foreign policy and security. To compare with Ratzel, Kjellin's natural laws were with less emphasis upon the organic features of territorial expansion and colonization and more upon the position or location of the state. To sum up, geopolitics as an academic approach to study international relations emerged in the end of the 19th century together with political geography. And the two scientists that contributed to its emergence were Friedrich Ratzel and Rudolf Kjellin. On the one hand, geopolitics tried to explain the disparity in natural conditions among states and to tell which of these conditions can contribute to the state's strength. On the other hand, due to high value of geopolitical studies, the whole field of geopolitics was becoming more and more essential for foreign policy decision-making. To prove that, let's remember the famous phrase of Lord Palmerston that nations have no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Geopolitics was ready to help statesmen to determine their country's national interests and to become a complex scientific background for global political planning. In the United States, the geopolitical attitude to the surrounding world came before the term geopolitics did. It started in the beginning of the 19th century with the Monroe Doctrine. According to this doctrine, the United States declared or manifested the so-called strategy of isolationism. They tried to prevent any interference of the European countries into relations between the American states. In other words, they tried to make the Americas a safe place for the United States. On the other hand, it should be mentioned that this strategy wasn't aimed at putting the United States into isolation from the rest of the world. To some extent, it was rather anti-European, while the United States continued to develop their relations and cooperation with the countries outside Europe and outside the Americas. We can give the examples of activity of, let's say, the United States in, let's say, China and trade agreements with China, and also the activity of Commodore Perry, who made Japan to open its trade for the United States. In the second half of the 20th century, many politicians and scientists started to rethink the American foreign policy strategy. They believed that the United States should be more active, and Alfred Mahan, in his book The Influence of Sea Power on History, proposed such a sea power as an instrument to strengthen the United States and to spread its influence. He believed that sea power was superior to the land power, which actually distincted him from many geopoliticians in the continental Europe. He agreed that Russia, which was by that time the main Eurasian continental power, had certain advantages, but according to Mahan, it was a landlocked country and lacked access to the sea, which made the United States, the location of the United States, its position, much more favorable. While the European theorists paid too much attention to certain points on land, Mahan, who proposed sea power as the main power, put the United States in the center of the world and showed the importance not of control over certain land points, but of control over the main trade routes, which could guarantee economic benefits to the United States. Mahan named several advantages of the United States. First of all, in contrast to many Eurasian land powers, it was an insular state, which meant that it could trade and have relations with different parts of the world. Second, its geographic position. In the previous map, we have seen that it was right in the center of the world, being able to trade with both Asia and continental Europe. Third, it had an ability to control certain bodies of water, which was important for economic and military reasons. And that made the United States to build a strong fleet in order not to control, but also to maintain their superiority in the sea. The political result of the American geopolitical thinking in the early 20th century was the so-called Roosevelt corollary. On the one hand, we can say that it was a continuation of the Monroe Doctrine, meaning that it was still aimed at preventing any interference of the European powers into relations of the American countries. On the other hand, the Roosevelt corollary was a continuation of Alfred Mahan's geopolitical thinking. Despite the fact it was ideologically oriented on preventing return of European imperialism to the American continent, strategically it was the instruction of how to use the sea power, the American naval fleet, in order to guarantee the American superiority, meaning superiority of the United States in the whole American region. Japan was another good example of geopolitical attitude to the outside world concentrated on sea power dominance. Like in the United States, geopolitical worldview emerged here before the term geopolitics came to this country. In 1853, when Japan opened itself to the world after several centuries of self-imposed isolation, it found itself a little bit vulnerable, meaning that it was an insular state. However, it lacked resources, and it needed these resources and to take these resources from the other countries, from the other parts of the world, and to control the surrounding territories in order to guarantee its security. The second argument here is that many Japanese generals and politicians had a chance to read the Mahan's book, and they were also inspired by many of his thoughts and by the sea power geopolitics or sea power foreign policy strategy that he proposed to the United States. In addition, Japan was very inspired by the experience of the European powers, and also tried to build the so-called Japanese empire. And it believed that to repeat the European experience, it should possess colonies, it should control the surrounding territories in the region. As a result of such a geopolitical attitude to the surrounding world, in early 20th century, the so-called doctrine of Kantai-Kessen appeared in Japan. It was about the naval fleet decisive battle and proposed the building of strong fleet in order to make Japan a strong regional player. On this map, we can see the history of Japanese expansion in late 90s and first half of the 20th century, when Japanese government controlled huge territories in East and Southeast Asia with the help of this naval fleet. Now let's go further and speak about the Russian Empire. To compare with Japan and the United States, the Russian Empire had a very distinct sort of geopolitical thinking. In the 15th and in the 19th centuries, this country was under permanent risk of foreign invasion from both West and East. As a result, it tried to move its barriers, its borders, further in order to make its capital and main cities more secure. We can see in the map the experience of the Russian foreign policy and the strong expansion of its territory when it started to cover the whole north of the Eurasian continent. So, on the one hand, the geopolitical side of its foreign policy was about making the core of the country a more secure and safe place. On the other hand, the Russian geopolitical thinking did not have well-developed concepts, for example, like it was in Germany and its natural geopolitics, or like it was in Mahan's sea power in the United States. Instead, the roots of contemporary Russian geopolitical thinking and geopolitical approaches can be found in the second half of the 19th century, in the ideas of anti-Westernism and civilizational uniqueness proposed by one of the prominent figures in Russian philosophy, Nikolai Danilevsky, and later developed in the ideas of Eurasianism. Ultimately, with all these ideas, including the civilizational approach, the security issues, and search for new resources, Russia could be called a clearly land power that considered land power as the main force and the main instrument to spread its influence. After we have discussed several approaches to the foreign policy in different parts of the world, we can say and we can agree that geopolitics was one of the oldest approaches to international relations. It emerged in different countries of the world even before the very term geopolitics appeared. And it was from the very beginning very linked with foreign policy of the country and country's national interests. And one more distinctive feature of geopolitics was that in different countries of the world, it was concentrated either on land power superiority or the sea power superiority, which contributed to different geopolitical strategies of different countries in different parts of the world. Different countries concentrated on different instruments of geopolitical superiority. Some countries believed that it was land power that could guarantee them their supremacy. The others believed that the main source of power was the sea power. In the history of the second half of the 19th century, we can find a very good example of struggle between such land power and sea power. The land power was the Russian Empire that spread its territory in Central Asia. The sea power was the British Empire that controlled India and tried to secure its control over this territory. Both these countries competed in the region of Central Asia, and this fact contributed significantly to the emergence of the theory that combined the competition between a land and a sea power. The theory proposed by the British scientist Halford Mackinder. Halford Mackinder was a very prominent figure in the British science and politics. He wasn't just a geographer, he also was a policy advisor, he consulted many politicians, he traveled a lot across the globe, and as a result he believed that the ruling citizens of Great Britain should be able to visualize distant geographical condition in order to spread the influence of their own country. To do this, he developed a geopolitical theory to describe some laws of competition between different states in the world. Despite the fact that Mackinder himself did not use the term geopolitics, it is actually him who contributed maybe mostly to the further development of the whole discipline. Mackinder's geopolitical theory was grounded on several assumptions that described the development of human history. He divided the human history into three main periods: pre-Columbian, Columbian, and post-Columbian. In the pre-Columbian period, the main dominant drama was Asiatic invasions of Europe. Then it was European overseas expansionism. Finally, Mackinder lived in the post-Columbian age, which he described as the age of closed space and the struggle for relative efficiency. There was no more new territories to be discovered, and thus states entered the competition for control over these territories, resources, positions, location, and so on. Mackinder tried to find a link between the dominant drama or the historical period and the dominant mobility of power, which also contributed to development of international relations. In the pre-Columbian age, the dominant power was horse and camel, which describe the superiority of the land power. The Columbian age was dominated by sailing vessels and sea transportation, which was much more about the sea power. In the post-Columbian age, Mackinder believed that the main dominant mobility of power was to become railways. He believed that railways were more important for trade than the sea vessels, because if you want to transport a product from point A to point B, if you use a sea vessel, you first need to bring it to the sea, then to put it on a ship, then to travel by ship, then to put it again on a train, and finally to reach the destination. If you have railways, you can just start your journey from point A to point B and to save a lot of time. As Mackinder said, a generation ago, steam and the Suez Canal appeared to have increased the mobility of sea power relatively to land power. Railways acted chiefly as feeders to ocean-going commerce. He believed that transcontinental railways were transmuting the conditions of land power, and nowhere it was such a fact as in the closed heartland of Eurasia. If we come back to the story of a great game or competition between the Russian Empire and the British Empire, we can find that to a certain extent Halford Mackinder was afraid of not only railways as an abstract phenomenon, but also building of railways in the Russian Empire, which was the main competitor of the British Empire. Halford Mackinder was afraid that development of railways could make the Russian Empire stronger and a stronger competitor to Great Britain in the Eurasian continent. Finally, Halford Mackinder pointed that in the pre-Columbian epoch, it was land power that dominated the Asian steppes. The Asia was the main concentration of international politics. In the Columbian age, it was the sea power of the European colonial empires that made them superior over the other political entities. Finally, in post-Columbian epoch, Halford Mackinder believed the land power to be the strongest and superior over the sea power, especially when he spoke about the part of Eurasia which he called the heartland. Before we describe heartland, let's say a couple words about the map of the world drawn in accordance with Mackinder's geopolitical theory. In the middle of this map, there is the so-called world island, the massive piece of land that combined Europe, Asia, and Africa. It was right in the center of the map, and the all surrounding territories, the islands, as Mackinder called them, were not of high interest to him. Why? Because the main concentration of people or peoples, of resources, of power was in the world island. And in the middle of this very old world island was the so-called heartland, a piece of territory which included the Central and Northern Asia, isolated from any possibility of interference from the sea. If we look at the physical geographic map, we can see numerous geographic objects that separate heartland from the rest of the world island and thus make this place a secure one. For example, mountains or deserts. It is on the one hand. On the other hand, being located in the very center of the world island, it allows the country that controls this territory to attack in any direction. So, according to Halford Mackinder, heartland was located in a very secure position. It could allow to a state that controlled this territory to build a powerful army or a powerful fleet with the help of resources located in this territory. And in order to bring these resources to, let's say, the seashore, in order to build a strong fleet, railways could contribute significantly. Railways could connect different parts of this heartland in order to make its power more mobile and even bigger. Heartland was a territory right in the middle of the world island. Halford Mackinder believed that this territory possessed a strategic and very secure location. On the one hand, it was separated from the rest of the world island with deserts or mountains, or in the Arctic region with the ice, making this territory a safe place and preventing any possibility of invasion here from abroad, especially from any sea power. On the other hand, there were certain resources in heartland itself, and Halford Mackinder believed that with the help of railways, with building new railways, any country that controls heartland could connect different parts of it in order to build a strong army or even a strong fleet. And finally, being located in a very center of the world island and in a very safe place and having a big power, the state that controls heartland could attack any state in any direction. In 1919, Halford Mackinder made a little addendum to his theory and called the Eastern Europe a key to heartland. This region geographically was the only that did not separate heartland from the rest of the world. As a result, Halford Mackinder created the following formula. Who rules Eastern Europe commands the heartland, meaning that if any state can control Eastern Europe or the gates to heartland, it can control the whole heartland. Who rules the heartland commands world island, meaning that any country that controls heartland could attack in any direction, could invade any state in the world island, and finally would inevitably conquer the whole world island. Thus, who rules world island commands the world, because the world island was the main piece of land that possessed the main resources, the people resources, the natural resources, and any country that controls the world island would inevitably become the most powerful in the whole world. The legacy of Mackinder's theory and his personal contribution to the development of geopolitical approach is widely recognized and is not questioned, even though Mackinder himself did not use the term geopolitics and, according to his many co-equals, did not like it. Today we can find some disadvantages or drawbacks of his theory. For example, he missed the revolutionary implications of air power, or he underestimated the emergence of the United States as a global power, and perhaps overestimated the role of heartland. But still, his theory was very innovative in the beginning of the 20th century, which made geopolitics very equal to the term international relations. We can point three main contributions of Halford Mackinder to the development of geopolitical approach, to the further development of geopolitical approach. First, he considered geopolitics and geopolitical competition within the world system, within the closed geopolitical space, which actually made geopolitics equal to international relations. Secondly, he spoke about duality or dual nature of competition between states, meaning land power versus the sea power. And finally, he said a lot about the changing role of technology, which contributes to which sort of power is stronger or is dominating in contemporary geopolitical conditions. Despite the fact that geopolitics emerged as a scientific approach, from the very beginning it was aimed at explaining the nature of international relations, at finding some laws of international relations and laws of competition between states, and thus very connected with military conflicts and war between states. As we mentioned previously, by the end of the 19th century, there was no more free space in the world to conquer. And thus, international relations and competition between countries had become some sort of zero-sum game, meaning that if you want to add some territories to your own country, you should take them from another country. The First World War had many reasons, and we're not going to find the geopolitical ones. However, the First World War had certain geopolitical consequences that contributed to the further development of geopolitical approaches of some European countries. That's why let's just briefly remind what happened to the European empires. First, the two European and two Asian empires collapsed, meaning the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. In the place where these empires were located, new sovereign states appeared. There were several reasons of why the First World War started, and we are not going to look for the geopolitical ones. However, the First World War had certain very important geopolitical consequences that contributed a lot to further development of geopolitical approaches in various European countries. If before the First World War, geopolitics was considered during the process of foreign policy decision-making, after the First World War, in certain countries, geopolitics became much closer to foreign policy making, and to some extent started to consult the politicians, or the politicians started to use its theories to justify their aggressive actions. First, let's very briefly remind what happened to the European countries. First, we should mention that the two European empires and the two Asian empires collapsed. The German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire ceased to exist. In the region of Eastern Europe, many new small states appeared. However, many of these new European countries were unstable, and Halford Mackinder was worried that Germany and the Soviet Russia could spread their influence in the region. That is why he suggested to construct an effective security system for Eastern Europe and to make a strategic buffer of independent states between Germany and Soviet Russia, and thus to limit geographical access of both Germany and Soviet Russia to this region. Geopolitically, it was aimed at limiting power of Germany and the Soviet Russia. However, the triumphant states, Great Britain, France, and the United States President Woodrow Wilson, did not consider all these geopolitical factors. Instead, they proposed the so-called liberal approach to international relations. They believed that the only way to avoid any further conflict is to get rid of secret diplomacy and to establish the common security system for the whole European region. There was a romantic idea that these steps would allow to the European countries to avoid any future conflicts. The fact that this idea did not work is usually associated with the personality of the German geopolitical thinker Karl Haushofer. Karl Haushofer a geographer and retired general, saw geopolitics as a solution to many of the Germans' post-war difficulties. In this map, we can see that as a result of the First World War, the territory of Germany shortened, it lost many of its territorial possessions, and different parts of the country were even divided. Karl Haushofer was to some extent a follower of the ideas of Friedrich Ratzel, meaning that he tried to continue his traditions of Geopolitics. In his book Why Geopolitics, Haushofer claimed that the reason Germany lost World War I was because its leaders did not study geopolitics. As he said, geopolitics is one of the most powerful weapons in the struggle for a more just distribution of vital spaces of the Earth. Thus, Karl Haushofer tried to use geopolitics based on traditions of Friedrich Ratzel and Alfred Mackinder, and to give certain suggestions to the German politicians of how to overcome the post-First World War difficulties. It is hard to find the certain moment when the transition from Haushofer's geopolitics to the Nazi geopolitics happened. Maybe we can start with friendship between Karl Haushofer and Rudolf Hess, who was Adolf Hitler's deputy. Via Hess, Karl Haushofer even met Adolf Hitler in 1923 and had a chance to share some of his ideas, including the idea of Lebensraum, the concept which was first developed by Friedrich Ratzel. Since nations were competitive organic entities, according to the Ratzel's theory, that gained their power from the soil, the German nation that lacked this territory and resources could begin pursuing Lebensraum or else face decay and further decline. As long as nations were competitive organic entities, according to the Ratzel's theory, that gained their power from the soil, there were two ways for the Germany to continue its history. The first one, to pursue its Lebensraum, or else to face decay and further decline. Despite the fact that Nazi geopolitics emerged from Haushofer's Geopolitik, there were certain very important distinctions between these two concepts. For example, Haushofer's Geopolitik advocated for economic collaboration between Germany and the great open spaces of the Soviet Union. In contrast, Nazi Geopolitik was oriented on Eastern policy in the sense of acquiring the necessary soil for the German people. Another distinction was that Haushofer considered British Empire as the ultimate enemy of Germany. For Adolf Hitler, a crusade against the Soviet Union and the Jewish Bolshevism was the main goal. For Karl Haushofer, the Russo-German alliance of 1939 was aimed at enabling Germany to be independent and self-sufficient. From the point of view of Adolf Hitler, this could be achieved only through colonization of the East by the renewed German Empire. The German race was to enslave the subhuman Slavs of the East, according to his book Mein Kampf. It was also the opposite view on the ultimate determinant of national destiny. For Haushofer, it was space, not race, while for Adolf Hitler, race was in the first place. Karl Haushofer tried to defend the German geopolitics, or Geopolitik. He said that the borderline was easily crossed between the pure science and practical science, and therefore it happened that he occasionally overstepped those borders. He also said that all that was written and printed after 1933 by himself was under pressure and should be judged accordingly. He also said that in the Third Reich in Germany in 1930s, the party in power, the Nazi Party, wrongly understood and wrongly used many of his geopolitical concepts. But in the end, it was this period in the history of development of geopolitical thought that it started to be associated strongly with the aggressive policy, in this case of the Nazi Germany, and thus was blamed by many other political scientists, thinkers, philosophers, and public in general. All in all, there were three main attacks on geopolitics. First, it was blamed to be responsible for war and aggression in the end of the 19th and the first half of the 20th century. Second, it was blamed for being not a pure science. Instead of proved causalities, geopolitics provided justification of foreign policy, which was far from the real social sciences. Finally, there was a very huge pressure on geopolitics from the other mainstream IR approaches. German geopolitics was used to justify oppressive European colonial empires, ideas of white supremacy. It was quite understandable that Karl Haushofer, who was the author of many German geopolitical theories, tried to defend something that he had created. However, the things were done by the Nazi Party and the Nazi geopolitics. And it was 1930s when geopolitical thought started to be associated with war, with conflict, with aggressive behavior of the German state. And that brought certain problems to the whole geopolitical approach. In the first half of the 20th century, geopolitics appeared under strong critics that came from several directions. First, as we've mentioned, geopolitics was accused for being very close to foreign policy making and for being very associated with war and conflict, like responsible for war and aggression in the end of the 19th and in the first half of the 20th century. Second, geopolitics was widely criticized by many scholars in the field of social sciences for being not a pure science. Instead of providing causalities, geopolitics justified foreign policy of certain states, which did not allow to call it a pure science. Finally, there was a very huge and growing pressure from the other mainstream IR approaches that emerged as IR theories in the first half of the 20th century, so nearly in the same time when geopolitics appeared under these critics. Those people who tried to find connections between geopolitics and war and aggression usually spoke about responsibility of geopolitics for oppressive European colonial empires, like we gave example of Japan previously, ideas of white supremacy, which was also very connected with the European colonial expansion, and finally with the Nazi geopolitics. Even despite the fact that Haushofer did everything to defend his pure geopolitical theories, many geopoliticians did not agree with his arguments. For example, the American geopolitician Strauss-Hupert pointed that geopolitics is the master plan that tells what and why to conquer, guiding the military strategist along the easiest path to conquest. And thus, he believed that the key to Hitler's global mind was German Geopolitik. All in all, we can say that geopolitics encouraged statesmen to play God with the world political map. Another critical question was if geopolitics was a science or ideology. On the one hand, we can agree that there were a lot of geopoliticians who produced very peculiar theoretical concepts in order to explain the state's behavior. On the other hand, we have example of Karl Haushofer and German geopolitics, meaning the Nazi geopolitics, which used many of Haushofer's theoretical assumptions to use them in their foreign policy and to justify their aggressive foreign policy. So there were clear examples of how geopolitics was used as a sort of ideology in justification of foreign policy aggression. Finally, a huge pressure came from the new international relations approaches that appeared in the first half of the 20th century. As we remember, by the end of the 19th century, geopolitics as an IR approach concentrated on geographical factors. However, in the beginning of the 20th century, international relations theories turned to social scientific approaches to emphasize the power of human beings. The relationship between man and earth were called inverted. It was man who had the power capable of molding the earth to his wishes. Or in other words, as Isaac Bowman, a prominent geopolitician, pointed, the mind of man was still a more important source of power than Heartland or a dated theory about it. It was always man that made his history. Ultimately, after all these critics, the very academic value of geopolitics was compromised. By the middle of the 20th century, geopolitics could even disappear and replaced by the new international relations theories. That is why geopoliticians and those who still believed in geopolitics had no other choice but to modernize this approach. To prove that geopolitics was still a science and a scientific instrument to explain the foreign policy rather than to contribute to aggression of certain states or to ideology that justified this aggression, wars and conflicts. Geopolitics from its very early years was aimed at explaining the nature of international relations. Therefore, it wasn't a surprise that in 1920s and especially in 1930s, when geopolitics was under big critics because of its political connections with the German fascism, alternative approaches from social sciences that explained the nature of international relations started to criticize geopolitics. These two mainstream approaches that emerged within social sciences were the well-known realism and liberalism. Their origins date back to the years of Thomas Hobbes, which is considered to be the founder of the realist school of thinking, and John Locke, which is usually called as one of the founding fathers of the liberal school. However, in both these cases, these theories were focused on explaining domestic politics, while only in the early 20th century, in 1920s, people started to use them to describe and to explain the nature of international relations. There was a fundamental difference between these two theories. Realism believed that international relations is a war of all against all, and that all states are egoistic entities that think first of all about their own interests. The liberal school had a little bit different understanding of international relations. According to liberals, international relations was a sphere for cooperation between states, and cooperation as a behavior was much more rational than competition. Both these schools entered the academic community in 1920s, pushed by certain political events. The liberal approach was inspired by the 14 points of Woodrow Wilson, where the American president decided to create a new system, a new type of international relations where all nations would live in peace. While the realist approach began to be discussed more and more, as long as many other scholars did not believe in this liberal way of thinking and preferred to continue to describe the international arena as a place of competition between the major nations. So in 1930s, late 1930s, early 1940s, geopolitics should somehow transform itself in order to survive when it appeared under great critics. And there were two paradigms, two alternative theories of international relations: liberalism, which was much more about cooperation, collective security, international regimes, and realism, which told about war of all against all, used such terms as power, security, self-help to explain the nature of international relations. Obviously, without saying, geopolitics, which was much closer to the realist way of thinking, and that's why, in order to survive, it tried to stand even closer to the realist school of international relations. So, how did realism influence geopolitics after the Second World War? The main change was about obviously explaining the nature of international relations. According to traditional geopolitics, geography was a deterministic factor in international relations. According to new geopolitics that emerged under influence of realism, geography became a conditioning factor. According to one of the most famous and well-known geopoliticians of the period after the Second World War, Nicholas Spykman, neither does the entire foreign policy of a country lie in geography, nor does any part of that policy lie entirely in geography. There were a lot of other factors that influenced foreign policy behavior of states, apart from geographic, such as population density, the economic structure, the ethnic composition of the people, and many more. In other words, as Spykman underlined, the geography of a country was rather the material for than the cause of its foreign policy. Although Spykman represented a new generation of geopoliticians that were not so deterministic about the geographic factors, he still believed that a good expert in international relations should study geography and geopolitics, because there still were some factors that contributed to foreign policy of states, like location, size, shape of the country, landscape inside and the country and in the region as a whole. So, in other words, as he said, foreign policy can modify some geographic facts, but it cannot ignore them. For geography does not argue, it simply is. Nicholas Spykman studied different geographic factors that were supposed to influence states' foreign policy behavior. Location was one of them. Spykman believed that there are two types of location that may influence states' foreign policy. The world location, with reference to land masses and notions of the world as a whole, the worldview that first was introduced in geopolitics by Halford Mackinder, and regional location, which refers to the territory of other states. And both these factors influenced geopolitics of a particular country from two different sides. And to continue tradition of the previous geopoliticians, Spykman pointed that location is an internal factor that does not change. States continue to exist in the place where they were once founded, but the significance of their own location, as well as of their relative power, as well as location of their neighbors, of the shape of the country, size of the country, may change due to development of technologies, of the ways of communication that contribute significantly to states' political geography and geopolitics. But definitely one of the biggest contributions of Nicholas Spykman to geopolitics was the upgrade of Halford Mackinder's theory. Let's very quickly remember this theory. According to Halford Mackinder, the whole world is divided into two parts: the world island, which includes Eurasia, sometimes Africa, and the outer space covered mainly by world ocean. And the main competition was between the continental power and the sea power. In the continent, in the world island, the main area that attracted his attention was Heartland, located in Central Eurasia and Northern Eurasia. According to Mackinder, it was potentially the strongest territory because, on the one hand, it contained significant resources, on the other hand, it was isolated from the rest of the world and thus could be easily protected and secured by outer threats. Spykman, however, had a little bit different view on this issue. Spykman believed that, of course, Heartland was isolated from the rest of the world. It was true, but on the other hand, it was the weak side of Heartland because it did not have access to international trade and international communications as other states had that were located across the coastline in Europe, in the Middle East, in East and Southeast Asia. So Nicholas Spykman added one more variable to this formula, a new region that he called Rimland. Rimland was the area that surrounded Heartland, and according to Spykman, this area was even more significant because on the one hand it was Rimland that contained the main resources, not only material but also human resources, labor resources. And finally, it was the area that determined the destiny of Heartland, whether Heartland had access to the world ocean and to international communications or not. So Spikeman tried to add to this theory of Heartland some ideas of realism, that international relations were not only about competition between land power and the sea power, but much more about balance of powers between several states that could be located in different parts of the world, in the Americas, in the Rimland, so somewhere in Europe, in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, and the Heartland, which he agreed was very significant for international relations still. So finally, Spikeman modified the main three rules of Mackinder. According to Mackinder, who rules East Europe rules the Heartland, because East Europe was a region where Heartland could be penetrated and captured by the outer force. Who rules the Heartland commands the world island, and who commands the world island commands the whole world. According to Spikeman, as long as Rimland was more important than Heartland, who rules the Rimland rules Eurasia, and who rules Eurasia controls the destinies of the world. Only one additional thing should be mentioned here is that besides the fact that Rimland was something common and unified for Spikeman, he did not try to say that it could become a single country. There were different parts of Rimland, and there could be different combinations between great powers in the process of balancing each other. The first years after the Second World War was a period when not only realism influenced geopolitics, but also geopolitics influenced realism. Let's speak about one of the founding fathers of political realism, Hans Morgenthau. As a representative of the realist school of thinking, he believed that international relations are determined by power and balance of power. However, he still recognized significance of geography and geographic factors in how powerful the state was and what was the distribution of power in region or in the world. For example, in terms of nuclear power, he said that in order to make a nuclear threat credible, a nation requires a territory large enough to disperse its industrial and populational centers as well as its nuclear installations. All in all, we can say that geopolitics and realism became very close to each other after the Second World War. Both these theories try to explain the same issues of international relations, but they focused on a little bit different aspects of these issues. For both realism and geopolitics, competition between states in international relations was inevitable, and both these theories believed this power was the main instrument of this competition. However, while for realism power was about amount of power and how a particular state used this power against the other nations, for geopolitics power was about its geographic sources and about projection of power in particular places. And finally, balance of power became a theory that unified both realism and geopolitics. The end of the Second World War was a period of transition from traditional geopolitics to the classical one. Before we move on and before we look deeper into classical geopolitics, let's summarize and briefly describe everything that we already know about the traditional one. Geopolitics is an approach to study international relations and foreign policy of the state. Traditional geopolitics was historically more focused on foreign policy behavior of particular states and on geographic origins of this behavior. In general, there were two levels of analysis of this behavior: the world level and the state level. The world level refers to the idea that the whole world is a closed space where all states live and where they compete with each other for geographic supremacy. The best theory to describe the world level of analysis is obviously Mackinder's theory of heartland. In other theories, we can find signs of how distribution of resources influence wealth of states of the world, how other such things as maritime passages, trade routes, and access to them contribute to power of the state of its foreign policy. And finally, at the world level, according to Mackinder's theory, a dichotomy between the sea power and the land power appeared. The land power represented by states that were located in the walled island, and especially the idea of heartland, and the sea power as maritime powers, main of which was obviously the United Kingdom, the country which Sir Halford Mackinder himself represented. The state level of geopolitical analysis was aimed at studying foreign policy of states, meaning factors that predetermined foreign policy of states, or some advices what type of foreign policy states should implement in order to achieve geopolitical results. It started in political geography, which was much more about domestic politics of states, and geopolitics became a continuation of these domestic issues in terms of how states should behave towards its neighbors, towards the other states, if a particular state wants to be more powerful, more prosperous, more glorious, and so on. All these approaches in traditional geopolitics were very connected with the other approaches that predetermined the emergence of geopolitics, such as materialism, imperialism. All these theories contributed to how geopolitics at the state level looked like. It was the state level of analysis that was widely criticized in 1930s. That's why in classical geopolitics the state level almost disappeared, and scientists were much more oriented on the world level of analysis, on explaining why states compete with each other and what is the contribution of geography in this competition. They decided to study conditions for this competition, and they made geopolitics rather a conditions for and one of many factors of foreign policy of states, rather than a factor that predetermined certain type of behavior. We can see the evolution of geopolitics in this picture. It started with the Malthusian theory, with social Darwinism, with imperialism, and in general with geographic determinism approach. And this is how the traditional geopolitics emerged in the very end of the 19th, early 20th century. Then, when traditional geopolitics appeared under critics of theories, social science theories in international relations, as well as of broader critics of materialism in international relations, it turned into classical geopolitics after the end of the Second World War. We have mentioned three persons who contributed a lot to emergence of traditional geopolitics. They were Alfred Mahan, Friedrich Ratzel, and Rudolf Kjellén, but obviously without saying the two most prominent figures of traditional geopolitics were Sir Halford Mackinder and Karl Haushofer. These both men made a big contribution not only to geopolitics as a science, but also as a foreign policy practice in their home countries. Later, when traditional geopolitics started to transform into classical geopolitics, the other geopoliticians or realists, the scientists who belonged to both these approaches and wider to the realist family of international relations theories, continued this contribution. People like, first of all, Spikeman, who revised the theory of Halford Mackinder, theory of heartland, and added Rimland as a new variable to this theory, Hans Morgenthau, and many other scholars. Now, when we know that traditional geopolitics transformed into the classical one, we can find its place among the other social science theories in international relations. Classical geopolitics emerged from traditional geopolitics, which in its turn emerged from political geography, and classical geopolitics as theory of international relations appeared among the realist family of international relations theories, together with political realism, later with structural realism, and other types of realist way of thinking. However, not all traditional geopoliticians viewed the new or classical age of geopolitics. For example, Karl Haushofer, after being pressured for many years by the worldwide academic community for all the events that happened during the Nazi rule in Germany, committed suicide in 1946. Just 1 year later, Alfred Mackinder died in England. However, in the very same year, 6 days after Mackinder's death, the US President Truman addressed a joint session of Congress and requested economic and military resources to fight against the worldwide communist threat. Our next lecture will be dedicated to the new era, to the new stage of geopolitics. We call it classical geopolitics. It can also be called a Cold War geopolitics, and to the new factors that contributed to the continued geopolitical competition between the great powers. Hello, this is our second week, and today we are going to discuss the second stage of development of geopolitics, which is classical geopolitics, which is associated with the period of the Cold War. Just a very short introduction to remind you what we have discussed previously. We have learned a very long period of development of the so-called traditional geopolitics that started in the end of the 19th century and that lasted until the Second World War. In the end of the Second World War, as we have discussed, traditional geopolitics was under great pressure. It was under great pressure by academicians, it was under great pressure by some politicians who didn't like how the Germans used traditional geopolitics in their foreign policy. And as a result, the only way for survival of traditional geopolitics was its combination with the realist tradition in international relations, and this is how the classical geopolitics emerged. However, the end of traditional geopolitics did not mean that geopolitics disappears. Rather, it has changed its background, it has changed its foundations, and it tried to slightly reorganize itself with the help of the scholars that studied this geopolitics in order to become more soft and more applicable to international relations after the Second World War. The end of the Second World War was followed by establishment of the new international organization, the United Nations Organization, which aimed to preserve peace in international relations. The United Nations Organization was some sort of symbol that was constituted in order to overcome the previous contradictions between the states and in order not to allow them to start another global war. The main states that initiated establishment of the United Nations Organization were the Allied powers, who made the biggest contribution to victory during the Second World War. They were the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom. These three countries became the permanent members of the Security Council, which was the main and still is the main body of the United Nations Organization, together with two more permanent members, France and China, by that time represented by the Republic of China, who also contributed a lot to the victory over the Nazi Germany and Japan. However, the establishment of the United Nations Organization, of this symbol to overcome the previous contradiction, did not mean that new contradiction didn't appear. It is difficult to name the only event that started the new Cold War or who actually started it. However, we can say for sure when it was proclaimed. It was in May, on the 5th of May 1946, when the former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill gave a speech in Fulton, the United States. In his speech, he gave his view on how the situation in Western and Eastern Europe developed. On the one hand, he said that for the Soviet Union, it was reasonable to secure itself and to ensure its security in the European region as well as in the other regions. However, on the other hand, and here Winston Churchill started to take some geopolitical instruments to describe the situation. He said that the Soviet Union did not only try to guarantee security, but as well to spread its influence. To spread its influence in the Eastern Europe, to expand its influence to the new states. And this situation, when the Soviet Union, with a different ideology which opposed the Churchill's understanding of how the world should be governed, this situation was called by him an Iron Curtain. Or, as he said, an Iron Curtain has descended across the continent. It was not only the Churchill's view. This view was supported by many government officials. One of them was a representative of the US Embassy to the Soviet Union, George Kennan, who in 1946 wrote the document that is well known as a long telegram. And in this document, he described the situation around the Soviet Union and his own view of how the Soviet Union would act further. In this long telegram, George Kennan made three main statements. First, he mentioned that the Soviet Union lived in the situation of permanent sense of insecurity, meaning that it had a large territory and it was naturally difficult for such a large country to guarantee its security, and that's why there was always a fear of any foreign invasion. And that fear inevitably would influence the foreign policy behavior of such a state. Second statement, due to different ideology of the Soviet Union, George Kennan believed that this country would inevitably try to influence political systems of the other states, not only in the European regions, but also in different continents like Africa, Latin America, everywhere in the former colonies of the capitalist states or liberal democratic states of the West. And the third statement summarized the first two, that due to its permanent sense of insecurity of the Soviet Union and due to its desire to spread its influence, to spread its ideology worldwide, including the territories of the former colonies or of the colonies of the Western powers who had different ideology, due to all this, no permanent peaceful coexistence could be achieved among these two sides. There was a certain geopolitical background for such warnings. For example, in Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union indeed tried to spread its influence and to support the communist governments of the states in Eastern Europe that it liberated from fascism, or according to their logic or to the Western logic, that it occupied and tried to influence their domestic politics. The similar actions were made by the Soviet Union in other parts of the world, especially in East Asia, in China, in Vietnam, in North Korea, where the Soviet Union supported the communist governments as well. So the logic of George Kennan, that the Soviet Union's feeling of insecurity and its desire to spread its influence with the help of ideology, really worked in those times. Here in the map you can see that in the late 1940s, the foreign policy of the Soviet Union was rather successful. In Eastern Europe, in China, in North Korea, the communist governments were established, in the mainland China and in North Korea at least. And that meant that these communist governments, new governments, were very connected with the Soviet leadership. So indeed, the influence of the Soviet Union spread across the Eurasian continent, and this situation really concerned the leadership of the Western powers, of the United States and of their Western European allies. The result of these concerns was the document that was declared in 1947, which is well known as the Truman Doctrine. In this Truman Doctrine, a new geopolitical worldview by the President Harry Truman was introduced. He officially divided the whole world into two parts, into us, meaning the capitalist world or the free world, and them, which meant the communist or the socialist world headed by the Soviet Union. And to all the other countries, it was offered to choose between these two camps in order to state clearly whether they ally with the United States and try to oppose the communist threat, or they ally with the Soviet Union and would inevitably be opposed by the United States and their allies. The Truman Doctrine was declared in Congress by the President Harry Truman, and in order to support the potential American allies, it was introduced that an economic aid could be provided to the countries that choose the American camp to be added to. A similar geopolitical doctrine was introduced in the Soviet Union. It was called the Brezhnev Doctrine, and it appeared in 1968, a little bit later after the Truman's Doctrine, and it was named by the name of one of the Soviet leaders, Leonid Brezhnev. In this doctrine, there were two clear statements. On the one hand, the Soviet leadership understood that every state had the right to choose its own path. On the other hand, it believed that the communist regime of every country should cooperate in order to protect the communist world from penetration from the capitalist world. And according to this logic, the Soviet Union was ready to assist, to provide assistance, to provide aid, and to support the communist regimes in the other countries with the help of economic aid, politically as well as militarily. All in all, we can say that geopolitics did not disappear after the Second World War. Geopolitics, being much closer to the realist ideas and to the realist approach to international relations, was still a very powerful tool to explain foreign policy of the states, as well as to explain the international relations at large, and to be used to make a statement about direction of your foreign policy, where the country should act, where it should project its power in order to provide its security. This geopolitical worldview was used by the United States in order to protect the free world from the communist threat, as well as the very same geopolitical tool was used by the Soviet Union in order to provide its security and in order to spread its influence and to protect the communist world from penetration from the outside. Before we will speak about foundations of the classical geopolitics during the Cold War, let's just make a statement that, ironically, it was the United States where the main doctrines and the main statements about the new Cold War geopolitics were made. Ironically, because the United States, on the one hand, was initially the state that had the Monroe Doctrine, meaning that the United States for a long time did not try to participate in international relations at large. And second, ironically, because in the United States there was a tradition of opposing the traditional geopolitics, calling it a pseudoscience during the times of the Second World War. However, it was the United States that declared the Truman Doctrine. It was the United States as a place where the Churchill introduced his Iron Curtain speech, as well as it was representative of the United States, George Kennan, who actually made all these statements about the new Cold War geopolitics in his long telegram. All these three statements became the ideological foundation of the new Cold War geopolitics, and ideology became one of the three main driving forces of this new geopolitical confrontation between the great powers. On the one hand, the new geopolitics, how we call it, the classical geopolitics or the Cold War geopolitics, did not clearly abandon the previous concepts. It didn't use them. It didn't use the concepts of heartland or rimland. It didn't use many statements of the traditional geopolitics. However, it never refused from them. For example, in the Kennan's long telegram, it was mentioned that no single power has a right to control the whole Eurasian continent, which was very close to the initial theories of heartland and rimland by Mackinder and Spikeman. However, on the other hand, The new classical geopolitics needed its own concepts, and it developed these concepts to describe the competition between the Soviet Union and the United States, between the communist world and the capitalist or the free world. The new concepts such as containment, domino theory, third world, balance of power appeared in order to explain the new distribution of power in the world, the new places of competition between the great powers, and so on. The first new geopolitical concept, containment, was first introduced in 1946 in the famous journal The Foreign Affairs. It was published by the unknown Mr. X, and it was about the international situation between the Soviet Union and the United States, between the communist and the capitalist world. And this article actually repeated many statements made previously by George Kennan, that no peaceful coexistence between these two camps can be achieved. It wasn't a surprise that actually this person was George Kennan himself, who tried in this journal to formulate a new ideology, or in other words, a new geopolitical logic for foreign policy of the United States. According to this logic, the Soviet Union would inevitably spread everywhere and would inevitably try to spread its influence and the communist ideology and to establish the communist regimes in different parts of the world. And the only way to stop spread of Soviet Union was containment. Containment policy everywhere, in every piece of land where the Soviet Union can bring its communist ideas. The second new concept of classical geopolitics was the third world. It was invented because the world actually was divided into two parts. The first one was the communist world, led by the Soviet Union. The second part was the free world, led by the United States and its allies in Western Europe. It included the United States itself, the Western Europe, Japan, and some other countries as well. However, there was a situation when not all countries decided to choose between these two political camps. Some of them preferred to stay apart from this competition. And to somehow describe these countries that decided to stay apart, the new concept, the third world, was invented. The first world for the capitalist countries, for the free world, the second world for socialist countries, and the third for the rest of the world. The third concept of the Cold War geopolitics was the domino theory. It was another concept to give instruments to the United States how to act and where to act. The first concept, containment, told what the United States should do. The third world concept described some places, meaning where the United States should act. The third concept, the domino theory, made it clear that the United States actually should act, because if they didn't, they would see spread of communism. According to the domino theory, there were a lot of regions in the world where one single country became communist, and the logic was the following: if only one country in the region becomes communist, it means that the other states that surrounded this country, neighboring to this country, they could accept the communist ideology as well. Like the dominoes, all these countries could, in theory, fall, and the United States, as well as its European allies, would lose their influence in the whole region. That's why the idea was not to allow spread of communists even in one single country in a certain region. Here you see the example of Southeast Asia, when it was important for the United States not to allow countries like Vietnam to become communist in order to prevent the further spread of communist ideology that already appeared in China and in North Korea, north to Vietnam. To sum up, ideology became one of the main driving forces of foreign policy of the main great powers, or actually the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. How they were called superpowers because they dominated the all other countries and led their camps. Geopolitics, together with realism, were aimed to explain the logic of this competition between the United States and the Soviet Union everywhere in the world. Geopolitics and realism together told that both camps tried to contain each other, that both camps were aimed to spread their influence and to not allow to their opponent to do the same. However, geopolitics was very important in order to explain places where the attention of these two superpowers should be focused, the places where they should act, the places where their foreign policy should be concentrated. The theories like the domino theory, for example, showed this place in the Southeast Asia, and it was like a precondition for the United States to participate in the Vietnam War. As well as for the Soviet Union, it was the precondition to spread its influence in Eastern Europe and to support the communist regimes in these states in order to provide its security. The final question here is, was ideology the only driving force of this competition? And the answer is no, there were some more. Ideology was one of the driving forces, one of the very big driving forces of competition between the capitalist camp and the free world led by the United States and the communist camp led by the Soviet Union. However, ideological confrontation wasn't the only driving force of the new Cold War geopolitics. There were two more, and now we will discuss the second one, which is the new military technologies. The new military technologies included three main components: air power, nuclear weapons, and missiles. The first, air power, significantly changed relations between the countries. Previously, in the times of traditional geopolitics, airplanes were not considered as something potentially valuable. You remember that in the times of traditional geopolitics, states were much more focused on competing for some distant regions, on competing with each other to control certain strategic points. With the development of airplanes, distance between even very far points in the world map became much shorter. For example, the Soviet Union and the United States, there is a very long distance between these two countries. However, with the use of airplanes, this distance became shorter, and the ability of these countries to project their power became much broader, meaning that the United States, the Soviet Union, as well as their allies could project their power in much more places in the world. The second factor was nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapon was developed in the end of the Second World War. It was used twice by the United States, and it has shown its ability to massively destroy your opponent's infrastructure, people, buildings, and so on. So this new weapon of mass destruction became another factor of geopolitics and influenced how states looked at each other. In the times of traditional geopolitics, let's repeat it once again, it was very easy to see it in a certain place somewhere in London or in Moscow or in Washington, D.C., and to think about how you should, what points in the world political map you should control in order to become more powerful. With the development of airplanes, as well as with the development of missiles that could easily cross continents and could carry the nuclear weapon, the very homeland of every of these competing countries became extremely vulnerable. And the sense of insecurity came to every place in the world, including the two superpowers competing with each other. And that, of course, changed their geopolitical worldview. They continued to struggle for power. They continued to struggle for control over important strategic points. But in the very same time, they should think much more about their own security, about how to protect themselves on the one hand, and how to contain or deterrence your opponent on the other hand. The concept of deterrence became the continuation of the containment geopolitics. So the idea wasn't only to stop spread of influence of your opponent, but also to show to your opponent that you can easily destroy him in any place of the world. The new world political maps started to appear like this one, with the North Pole projection that actually showed that the United States and the Soviet Union, which were far from each other in the traditional political map were really close to each other if we look at the globe. And they could easily threaten each other with the use of airplanes, missiles, and nuclear weapons. And of course, a story of late 1950s, early 1960s should be mentioned here as a very good example of how this new deterrence geopolitics was used by both centers of power. In the end of 1950s, the United States decided to locate their missiles Jupiter in Turkey, which was their ally. And the very fact of location of these missiles in Turkey threatened the security of Soviet Union because, as you see, these missiles could easily reach many places in the former Soviet Union, including its capital. The response of the Soviet Union was quite logical one, quite rational one. The Soviet Union decided to use the very same geopolitical concept of deterrence and to locate its own missiles somewhere near the US borders. And the choice was Cuba, which was by those times a communist state, an ally of the Soviet Union. And this decision made by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev caused the situation that is well known as the Caribbean crisis. The situation when both countries were ready to start a nuclear war against each other, and it was diplomatic power of main government officials that allowed both countries to prevent this nuclear war. The Caribbean crisis is very interesting and very important for us because it actually shows this new geopolitical logic, geopolitics of deterrence. On the one hand, every country can use these new technologies, air power, nuclear power, and missiles in order to protect itself. On the other hand, in the very same time, this country can use these technologies to deter its opponent, to threaten its opponent, to to participate in geopolitical competition with its opponent. And this was another example how geopolitics became much closer to the realist worldview and to the understanding of the world as a closed system where states were much more focused on balancing each other, on the balance of power between them, rather than on simple struggle for certain points somewhere far from their homeland. All points, all strategic points, all places in the world that were very important for these countries, they were just part of their competition, which included now the necessity to protect your homeland, to ensure security of your own country. So the first two distinctive features tell us a lot new about the classical geopolitics, the Cold War geopolitics. The ideological competition determined why states decided to compete with each other, why they contained each other, how they divided the world into us and them. The new military technologies tell us how the states contained each other, what instruments they used, and the new military technologies also changed significantly the logic of geopolitical competition, making domestic security much more valuable and important for the geopolitical competitors. The question appears, if these changes made the traditional concepts of geopolitics like geographic or strategic places, trade routes, resources less relevant? Obviously not. Resources, trade routes, certain geographic points, they remained extremely important for the competing powers. However, the understanding of what is important and what is not obviously changed. Now let's speak about new strategic places. Since the times of traditional geopolitics, centers of resources and lines of communication were extremely important for the state's power. On the one hand, resources provided resources that could be converted into state's power and used to project this power worldwide. On the other hand, the lines of communication guaranteed that these resources would be delivered to your own country. However, as we'll know, the human history, the lines of communication as well as resources in terms of geopolitical struggle are not something permanent. They change. For example, in the medieval ages, the lines of communication as well as the resources used during wars were different. They were different in the end of the 19th, early 20th century when traditional geopolitics appeared, and they became different during the times of classical geopolitics as well. It is something normal to geopolitics. Initially, let's remind the geopolitical traditions and Halford Mackinder, the territory that possessed the largest amount of resources was Heartland. And that was the reason, by the way, why the British leadership feared the Russian expansion to Asia. Later on, this concept was added by the concept of Rimland, developed by Nicholas Spikeman. But as we know, during the times of the Cold War, all these concepts were forgotten and replaced by different concepts like containment, the domino theory, balance of power, and others. Did it mean that the logic of strategic places disappeared? Obviously not. Even in this picture, you can see how USSR and the United States continued to protect something that can be called Rimland from each other's influence. And we can compare the diversity of strategic places valuable to both centers of power during the times of the Cold War with the previous geopolitical concepts. We don't see Heartland here or Rimland here, but we see a lot of other places valuable for them. For example, the region of Middle East, which was the concentration of oil, the new resource valuable in the times of the Cold War. We see a lot of places in Latin America and in Southeast Asia important to both centers of power because of the concept of the dominoes theory. The Soviet Union tried to spread its influence there. The United States feared that the fall of one country would inevitably lead to the fall of the whole region. We see the importance of the places that were very close to the homelands of these two countries, to the territory of the United States, meaning Cuba, where the Soviet missiles were for a while, and territories in Western Europe, in Turkey, as well as in Japan, that were very close to the Soviet Union and helped the United States to militarily contain the Soviet Union. A lot of new places, a lot of new lines of communication, a lot of new territories where power should be concentrated in order to contain the opponent. And that led finally to the logic that combined geopolitics and realism in the times of the Cold War, the worldwide balance of power. The three factors, ideology, new military technologies, and new strategic places, influenced the classical geopolitics a lot. However, the Caribbean crisis has shown that traditional understanding of all these two factors of geopolitics would or could lead to nuclear war between the two superpowers, which could potentially destroy the whole world, the whole humanity. And that's why a new approach to geopolitics, a new approach to geopolitical competition was needed. This new approach came with the new stage in international relations, which was called détente. Détente in international relations came in late 1960s, early 1970s, and the very term was invented by the American diplomat, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. The idea of this term was grounded on the understanding that the whole world is a closed system, or in other words, the linkage principle, that the whole world is a closed network, all parts of this world are connected with each other, and the whole world should be considered as a global balance of power system, where there should be a balance between the Soviet Union and the United States. balance in order to prevent any possibility of a huge war between the two superpowers. Detente in international relations meant a lot to geopolitics. Henry Kissinger, together with several other government officials, contributed a lot to the new understanding of global geopolitics and developed new approaches to this geopolitics. For example, Henry Kissinger himself considered geopolitics as a synonym to the global equilibrium, and he focused on how to bring this equilibrium to the world balance of power. The example of his activity was a dialogue that was established between the United States and China, and Henry Kissinger actually used difficulties in relations between the Soviet Union and China in order to bring the Communist Republic of China on the side of the United States. It was an example of a new approach to geopolitics that replaced the previous geopolitics by the United States, used by the United States, the containment geopolitics. It was oriented maybe less on ideology and more on attracting new allies, even if these allies practice different ideology, and by this, once again, to bring in balance to the whole world system. Another new concept developed within geopolitics was the concept of shadow belt. This concept was developed by another American, Saul Cohen, and this concept, shadow belt, described the territory that was actually that didn't belong to any of the existing camps, meaning the US-led camp and the Soviet-led camp. However, this territory was under their influence and was within their both interest. In the map, we can show two places of these shadow belts, somewhere in the Middle East and in North Africa, and somewhere in Southeast Asia. These shadow belts, on the one hand, were vulnerable, were unstable. On the other hand, they were very important in terms of global balance of power. The country that spreads its influence in this shadow belt becomes more powerful, and that's why for the other country it was important to prevent the spread of influence in the territory of shadow belt of its opponent. Another concept for the Cold War geopolitics. The period of detente in international relations didn't last long. In the end of 1970s, when the Soviet Union decided to invade Afghanistan in order to protect the communist regime in this country, the United States changed their strategy again and turned back to the policy of containment. The US National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski is associated with this new stage in American geopolitics, which was, on the one hand, step back to containment. On the other hand, it was still in the framework of balance of power system, the global balance of power. This time, however, it wasn't spread somewhere worldwide. This time, American geopolitics was focused on the so-called choke points and linchpin states, the new geopolitical concepts introduced by Zbigniew Brzezinski. These terms described the places of extreme value to the United States. Choke points meaning maritime straits, passes, and channels, and linchpin states, the states whose location was extremely important to preserving balance of power or to making the US position in terms of this global balance of power more stable and more strong. The logic of choke points was pretty the same to the one that was in the times of traditional geopolitics, the main straits and canals, while the logic of linchpin states was much closer to the logic of global balance of power, but with more science of geography. For Zbigniew Brzezinski, there were certain states that were of extreme value to the United States. These states were West Germany, states in the Middle East, meaning Iran and Afghanistan, South Korea, the Philippines. These states were important in order not to allow further spread of Soviet influence or communist influence geographically. So the logic of how to preserve the achieved balance of power in order to limit the power of your potential opponent. All in all, we can say that these three concepts, shadow belts, linchpin states and the logic of equilibrium or balance of power introduced by Henry Kissinger brought a lot of new to geopolitics and made it even more closer to realism and to realist explanation of power in the global world. So, what can we say about classical geopolitics in the time of the Cold War for now? On the one hand, classical geopolitics continued to be a very practical theory. It continued to develop by government officials more than by scholars, something that traditional geopolitics was criticized for. The other thing that we can say is that classical geopolitics became extremely close to the realist approach, to one of the two mainstream approaches to international relations. It became so close to realism that for us it is very important to distinguish these two theories, these two approaches to international relations. To begin with, let's remind ourselves that geopolitics in the end of the Second World War was put into the family of realist theories. It has much in common with realism. What is different? Geopolitics deals with dynamic nature of the world. Geography obviously remains the same, but the attitude to this geography changes. New trade routes appear, new lines of communication, new resources important to the countries, new patterns of security, new technologies that change the global understanding of the secure place, and so on. And the second very important difference is that geopolitics is interdisciplinary. It does not only deal with power itself, but also thinks about where this power is located, how it distributed, and so on. Realism in the times of the Cold War provided a certain philosophical background to understand how international relations work. In order to do it, realists developed simplified world models, theories that allowed them to predict something, like balance of power theory or, in general, the theory of international politics introduced by its founder, Kenneth Waltz. However, for the government officials, these simplified models of international relations and this philosophical explanation, the realist explanation of the world, wasn't enough. They had many more questions to be answered, like where to act, where to project their power, where to set up defenses, and with whom to seek an alliance. And to receive answers to these questions, geopolitics was needed. Geopolitics appeared more helpful to answer these questions. However, you remember that geopolitics did not develop within the academic community in the times of the Cold War. That's why it is easier for us to look for not pure geopolitics, but to science of geopolitics in some realist approaches and realist theories. The first example was introduced in the end of the previous lecture. Nicholas Spykman and Hans Morgenthau, who considered to be realists, but they contributed a lot to development of these geopolitical approaches within the realist approaches. Especially, it was about Nicholas Spykman. In the times of the Cold War, a new generation of scholars appeared who tried to use these geopolitical ideas within their realist theories. One of them was Steve Walt, who developed a balance of threat theory in order to show that international behavior is determined not only by power, but by threat as well. And threat was, according to his theory, is determined by four variables: aggregate power, offensive power, aggressive intentions, which are pure realist concepts, and the fourth factor, which was geographic proximity. Proximity or distance became one of the variables in his balance of threat theory, which meant the contribution of geopolitics to the realist explanation of the world. The balance of threat theory included geopolitical factors, but it wasn't a geopolitical theory. It was much more concentrated on power patterns, and that's why it was a realist one. First of all, distance is not enough to view the world geopolitically. In geopolitics, there are much more factors, geographic factors. Second, we can say for sure that distance between homelands of countries is not enough to describe the whole geopolitical situation in the world. It became part of international relations during the times of the Cold War because of the new technologies appeared that allowed even distant states to threaten each other. But at the same time, according to geopolitics, there were many other places that were considered by the great powers and that great powers tried to protect. Supply of raw materials from distant countries also mattered. Balance of threat was a very good but still realist theory. It couldn't be called geopolitical because, on the one hand, distance seems not enough to describe the whole geopolitical situation. Distance alone is a weak geographic variable. There are much more such variables. Second, distance between homelands is not the only source of security and survival. For example, there are some other factors like supply of raw materials from distant countries, protection of important choke points, linchpin states, and so on, which is not necessarily a threat to your homeland. That's why balance of threat is still a realist theory, but the one that used certain geopolitical factors. Another realist theory where we can find geopolitical factors is security dilemma, developed by another American political scientist, Robert Jervis. According to security dilemma theory, states would inevitably strengthen themselves in order to ensure their security because they would always be afraid of the other states to be strengthened and to threaten them. Which is a purely realist theory, but with one very important geopolitical addendum made by Robert Jervis. According to him, with the distance, perception of threat may become lower. A state would care less about its security if there is a long distance between it. The security dilemma is faced by all states, according to Robert Jervis. However, geopolitics may matter here, meaning that if sufficient natural defensive barriers exist, then the security dilemma is less intense. Barriers like mountains, rivers, and so on. Here is another example of the realist theory where certain geopolitical factors may play a certain role. So, to conclude, realism has strong theories of international relations, of international politics, to explain how states act or should act under certain conditions. Geopolitics, in its turn, considers geographical factors to make realist view closer to reality, which means that these two theories are close, however, still distinct approaches to explaining behavior of states, which, however, does not mean that these two theories cannot be combined and used together. They can coexist, they can both be taken by scholars or government officials to describe the world, to make certain decisions, but we should not mix these theories. Combine but not mix. Geopolitics is a distinct approach, and we have just described the difference between realism and geopolitics. Despite the fact that geopolitics did not remain as a scientific approach and did not remain in the academic sphere, it was widely used by state officials and foreign policymakers. And it was very popular among them. It really helped them to understand the world around them. It helped them to make certain decisions until the moment when the Cold War came to an end. The end of the Cold War is directly connected with the new political thinking, a policy of the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev. The new political thinking was concentrated on domestic politics and domestic reforms, like glasnost or openness and perestroika. However, within this new political thinking, there was a certain international or even global dimension. It was pointed that ideological differences should not be transferred to the sphere of interstate relations, and that foreign policy should not be subordinated to them. In the international arena, it meant also a new approach of the Soviet Union towards its allies. The previous doctrine was the Brezhnev doctrine, which allowed the Soviet Union to directly participate economically, politically, or militarily in domestic issues of the other communist states in order to secure, in order to protect communist regimes there. This approach was replaced by another doctrine, which was called by journalists the Sinatra doctrine. The new Sinatra doctrine was named after the very famous song of Sinatra, My Way, and meant that each Eastern European state can and should find its own way to reform and change without Soviet interventionism. It meant that not only the Soviet Union, but many other communist states would reform their domestic politics, and this process of reforming would not guarantee that they would remain allies, with the Soviet Union. This new foreign policy of the Soviet Union brought dramatic changes to the geopolitical map of the world. In the European continent, the Eastern European countries, without Soviet participation in their domestic politics, decided to refuse from the communist ideology and to stay much closer to the Western Europe and to the USA-led camp. The Soviet Union also called back its military forces from Afghanistan, and actually the very word Soviet camp started to disappear together with the country, when in 1991 the Soviet Union collapsed into 15 new republics. The Cold War was over. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Cold War was officially over, and the Cold War geopolitics was over as well. The question appeared, what should replace the previous geopolitics? In the world, even in the academic community, there was a number of scholars who had a rather romantic view on this issue. This camp of scholars was led by famous Francis Fukuyama, who introduced the idea of the end of history in 1989. His idea was grounded on the understanding of the human history as a competition between different ideas, thoughts, and ideologies, and obviously, due to the end of the Cold War, due to the end of ideological competition, there would be no more competition, and then the human history would inevitably come to its end. There would be global liberal democracy and no competition among states. It did not actually mean that there would be no conflicts. There would be still some states outside history, states that would go towards the liberal democratic system, but the very idea of competition disappears. The fact that geopolitics intellectually declined, the fact that geopoliticians could not be able to predict the end of the Cold War raised a very important question. What would be with the world after the Cold War geopolitics? Would the geopolitics still exist in international relations, or would it be replaced by the global liberal democratic order or something else? All in all, we can say that during this period, between 1945, the end of the Second World War, and 1991, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the geopolitics had its second stage of development. It survived many problems and troubles in the times of the Second World War and successfully replaced traditional geopolitics with new concepts, with new worldview, and new, more practical understanding of international relations. It became much closer to the mainstream approach in international relations, to the realist approach, and successfully coexisted with this approach during all these years. So the only question was where geopolitics would go further. Hello, and welcome back to my course on geopolitics. Previously, we have looked at two main stages of evolution, of development of geopolitical approach. The first stage started in the second half of the 19th century. It was traditional geopolitics. Traditional geopolitics didn't last long, and in the middle of the 20th century, during the years of the Second World War, it appeared under very serious pressure. This pressure came from, on the one hand, other fields of political sciences, other theories of politics, international politics, like liberalism and realism, and it came from many politicians who criticized the Nazi foreign policy that used many geopolitical theories, geopolitical approaches. The next stage of development of geopolitics, which was classical geopolitics, started in the ages of the Second World War, when geopolitics modernized its methodology, it became much closer to the realist approach, and it became a very powerful tool for politicians and for statecraft to justify their foreign policy, to explain foreign policy interests of their countries during the years of the Cold War. The classical geopolitics in the years of Cold War is associated with such documents as the Truman Doctrine, Brezhnev Doctrine, and with such well-known names as Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and some others. Classical geopolitics in the years of the Cold War was such a powerful tool that nobody expected that it could suddenly disappear. However, the very Cold War suddenly ended in the end of 1980s, early 1990s. With the end of the Cold War, a number of questions emerged. One of these questions was about geopolitics. What would happen with geopolitics without geopolitical confrontation between the two superpowers and their allies? Probably the most powerful hypothesis of those times was the end of history, introduced by American scholar Francis Fukuyama. According to this hypothesis, without ideological confrontation between the two superpowers, between the United States and the Soviet Union, there would be and there could be no geopolitical competition. The United States had successfully won the Cold War, and liberal and democratic values, according to this hypothesis, would spread worldwide. The idea of the end of history was widely supported by many politicians, especially in the West. For example, the American President George W. Bush believed that during this period of the end of history, the United States had a leading role in spread of these liberal and democratic ideas worldwide. At the same time, there was a number of scholars who had different point of view. One of them was the American political scientist Robert Kaplan, who expressed his opinion in the article The Coming Anarchy. According to Kaplan, 1994, the world would be still divided into two parts, into their rich north and into their poor south. So, as we can see, geography, according to Kaplan, would still play an important role in international relations, and geography would contribute to difficulties in relations between the North and the South. Another opinion was expressed by famous American scholar Samuel Huntington in his article The Clash of Civilizations. Samuel Huntington, who, by the way, was the academic advisor of Francis Fukuyama, believed that the fundamental sources of conflict would not be primary ideological or primary economic. According to Huntington, 1993, these sources of conflict would be cultural, religious, or civilizational at large, and the whole world would be divided into several civilizations. Ultimately, we see that after the Cold War ended, there were two main approaches to what would happen with the international relations. The first approach was concentrated on the idea of the end of history. It paid little attention to geography, to geopolitics, to geopolitical competition between countries. It concentrated on triumph of liberal and democratic values, and people who supported this approach believed that liberal values and democracy would spread worldwide. On the other hand, there was another approach introduced by also very prominent people who believed that geopolitics and geopolitical competition would not disappear, that the world would be still divided by geography into several parts, and geopolitical contrast between these parts would remain. Now let's try to answer the question, did we witness the end of history in 1990s when the Cold War ended? On the one hand, we can agree that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States remained the only superpower in the world. The United States was the most powerful state that was provider of liberal democratic values. The United States contributed a lot to spread of these values worldwide. That is why this period in history is usually called the moment of unipolarity. The spread of liberal democratic values worldwide was also very supported with the process of globalization. Globalization erased borders between states and allowed liberal and democratic values to penetrate the other countries, to come to the former communist states, socialist states, and this is how more and more states became liberal and democratic. However, very soon, this spread of liberal democratic values slowed down, and regional and international conflicts came back to international politics. We should especially mention these conflicts in the region of the Middle East, which was, as we remember, part of Rimland. For example, the US invasion to Iraq, participation of the United States and other Western powers in the conflict in Libya, as well as Syria, with involvement of other forces like the Russian Federation, also invasion to Afghanistan, difficulties and tensions between India and Pakistan, some domestic processes with involvement of foreign powers in Yemen, and several other examples. We should also mention the conflict in Yugoslavia, which started more as a domestic conflict. However, with the participation of foreign powers, mainly of the United States and their NATO allies, this conflict became an international, and as a result, Yugoslavia as a country collapsed as well. What do all these examples tell us? On the one hand, they show that there were still certain domestic political processes in different countries worldwide that led to domestic conflicts that could attract other countries from abroad, which meant that the spread of liberal democratic values wasn't so peaceful as it was believed in the early 1990s. On the other hand, it shows us that participation of strong countries, of great powers in military conflicts in other states continued in 1990s, in the 2000s, and as a result, we can conclude that these countries continued to think geopolitically and to think about their own interests in certain parts of the world. The role of geographic factors in domestic political processes was well explained by the previously mentioned Robert Kaplan in his book The Revenge of Geography. Kaplan, 2012, believed that it was a response to globalization when the states decided to concentrate much more on their local and regional peculiarities, meaning ethnic, cultural, and others. Kaplan 2012 believed that these geographic factors, if not determine, then influence significantly on domestic political processes in the state and therefore on the foreign policy of the state, how the state would act towards its neighbors and towards the other states abroad. While Robert Kaplan focused much more on the local and regional level of analysis, as well as local and regional geographic peculiarities of the states, Another Western scholar, Walter Russell Mead, had a more global view on the international politics and geopolitical competition between the states. Mead believed that Westerners should never have expected old-fashioned geopolitics to go away. He said that the collapse of the Soviet Union meant the ideological triumph of liberal capitalist democracy over communism, not the obsolescence of hard power, which was, during the Cold War, directly associated with geopolitics. So, what do we see? First, hard power was still relevant in international relations of 1990s and of 2000s. Hard power or military power was used in the previously mentioned international conflicts in order to protect the state's interests. Second, the United States, which was the main superpower, the only superpower, the strongest state in the world, wasn't the only state of the world. There were a lot of other states who also tried to protect their national interests. Mead especially focused on studying the so-called revisionist powers, China, Russia, and Iran. He believed that in the age of the US supremacy, there are certain revisionist states who would inevitably try to change the status quo and who considered the United States as the main obstacle to their bigger role in international relations. Taking all these into account, Mead, in his article The Return of Geopolitics, The Revenge of the Revisionist Powers, concluded that the end of history hasn't come. Instead, he called this period in international relations the twilight of history. He said that it is like a post-historical moment when more and more countries engage themselves in international competition, in geopolitical contest. And he also added another term, a post-historical region, to describe regions where liberal democratic values haven't come. Essentially, the moment of unipolarity that overshadowed geopolitical thinking in 1990s ended relatively quickly. It was replaced by another period in international relations when conflicts came back to international politics, when more and more countries started to care again about their national interests, about zones of their geopolitical interests, exclusive interests, as well as their security. We will discuss many more examples later. So now we can say for sure that geopolitics did not disappear after the end of the Cold War. Geopolitics remained as a scientific approach and as a foreign policy practice. And we can conclude that by this time we have learned three main stages of evolution of geopolitics. The first stage was traditional geopolitics, the second, the Cold War geopolitics or classical geopolitics, and the third, something that we call contemporary geopolitics. We remember that there were certain differences between the traditional and classical geopolitics. Let's try to think how contemporary geopolitics looks like. Does it have more in common with the traditional or with the classical approach? Let's first compare contemporary geopolitics with the traditional one. First, we can say that in traditional geopolitics, states were thinking much more about their expansion. They considered themselves as the living organisms, according to organic theories, that should expand in order to survive. States were focused much more on struggle for resources and control over trade routes, which were extremely important for their survival. In contemporary geopolitics, we can agree that resources and trade routes are still important. However, states do not think anymore about the expansion. They do not consider themselves as the living organisms. They consider the whole world as a closed system where they compete with each other, and that's why such concepts as balance of power are more relevant to describe the contemporary geopolitics. To prove that, we can remember approach of Russell Walter Mead and his view on the revisionist powers, how they try to contest the influence of the United States. Here's the example how balance of power is still relevant to describe the international relations. It looks like contemporary geopolitics has many more similarities with the Cold War geopolitics or the classical geopolitics. For example, during the Cold War, when we describe this period, we are speaking about the bipolar competition between the USSR and the Soviet Union. Today, it looks like a multipolar competition, but still a geopolitical competition between the great powers. During the Cold War, the main factor of competition, one of the main factors was ideological competition between the two superpowers. Today, we can find many factors of this competition, many different concepts that describe why states decide to compete with each other, but still the logic is still the same. It is about division of the whole world into us and them. In the age of classical or Cold War geopolitics, it was about the worldwide balance of power between the great powers. Today, it is a little bit different. States are focused much more on their regional stability, regional security, and they try to maintain regional balance of power. However, we can agree that there are still states like the United States, maybe China and Russia, who are thinking globally in terms of global balance of power. All in all, we can say that contemporary geopolitics, the word contemporary, describes the period of time, something that happens right now, and can be compared with the Cold War geopolitics, which described the period of the Cold War. While when we're speaking about the main principles of geopolitics, the main concepts, the main logic of geopolitical competition between countries, contemporary geopolitics is extremely close to the Cold War geopolitics, and they together can be called classical geopolitics or classical geopolitical approach to international relations. It is not easy, however, to answer the question, what is contemporary geopolitics? In the times of traditional geopolitics, of the Cold War geopolitics, as well as now, there is no universally accepted definition of this word. That's why some people believe that geopolitics is something that broadly describes the influence of geographic factors on foreign policy of the state. The others try to focus on certain peculiar aspects of this influence, for example, on resources, on trade routes, and how technologies shape impact of these factors on international relations. So, all in all, we can agree that without a universal definition, geopolitics is some sort of influence of geographic factors on foreign policy of states and on international relations at large. We have used the terms geography and geopolitics so often that it is very important now to distinguish between them. Geography is a physical reality around us. It describes the geological features of the Earth, like rivers, mountains, other aspects of landscape. Geopolitics, in contrast, is the human factor within geography. It shows the same aspects, like rivers, mountains, resources, trade routes, however, through the lens of their strategic importance to certain countries. What is also very important, geopolitics is not constant. It changes. It can be changed with the development of new technologies. For example, like it was in the times of the Cold War, when the sense of security was changed with the appearance of such technologies as airplanes, missiles, and the nuclear weapons. Yet we know that geopolitics can describe, on the one hand, a scientific approach to study of international relations, and on the other hand, a foreign policy approach, a foreign policy practice. In order to distinguish between these two categories, let's add one more term, which is geostrategy. The term geostrategy was widely used, especially in the times of the Cold War, because geostrategy describes the foreign policy of the state, the geographic direction of this foreign policy, where a state concentrates its efforts by projecting military power and directing diplomatic activity. That's why when we hear the word geostrategy, it usually means the geopolitical practice. When we use the word geopolitics, we should specify whether we're speaking about a scientific, purely scientific approach, or we mean something about foreign policy practice. So, what is contemporary geopolitics? First, it is a scientific approach that provides instruments, theories to study international relations and to give certain recommendations to foreign policymakers. When we're speaking about purely foreign policy, we usually use the word geostrategy. Second, contemporary geopolitics deals with distribution of power, security and strength of states like it was in the times of the Cold War geopolitics. By saying this, we mean that contemporary geopolitics continues the classical tradition of evolution of this scientific approach. As we have mentioned in the previous lecture, geopolitics is very close to the realist approach. They both within the same realist family of international relations theories. However, in contrast to realism, geopolitics still focuses on geographic characteristics of states and their power, paying much more attention to their location, to distance, and some other aspects. While geopolitics in the times of the Cold War focused on bipolar competition between the United States and the USSR, contemporary geopolitics has a number of different issues to study. For example, as we have mentioned, contemporary geopoliticians study the influence of redistribution of power on emergence of revisionist states and how these states try to contest the influence of the United States, the only existing superpower. Contemporary geopolitics also studies emergence of new centers of power and how this shape of power changes the geopolitical picture of the contemporary world. The fact that contemporary geopolitics continues classical tradition of the Cold War means that it still focuses a lot on hard power, on how this hard power is used in international relations. We remember the concept of balance of power, the idea of balancing a potential threat, which is still relevant. Security is still extremely important for every state that cares about its geopolitical survival. Military security of the state means that state tries to find some alliances and to unify its military capabilities with those of the other states. And ability to project this hard power in certain places, it's also important if the state is involved in geopolitical competition with other states on the global arena. This map proves the contemporary relevance of alliances, of military bases, of the ability to project power in certain places of the world. For example, NATO, which was created by the United States and its Western allies to oppose the Soviet Union, exists even nowadays despite the fact that the Soviet Union collapsed. NATO even expanded eastwards. There are also a lot of military bases of the United States, especially concentrated in the Rimland arena. Such countries as Russia and China also care about their security and try to locate their military bases in order to strengthen themselves. Despite the fact that when we describe the hard power, we can use some concrete terms like missiles, airplanes, nuclear bombs, we still understand power as something rather abstract, especially when we try to compare hard power of many states and the ability to project this hard power. It is difficult for us clearly to understand the source of power. In the times of traditional or imperial geopolitics, territory was the main source of power. Territory or soil determined the power of the state. The larger was the state, the more powerful it considered to be. Remember the theory of heartland. It was believed that the one state that possessed heartland could be the greatest in the world. In the time of the Cold War geopolitics, understanding of power changed. It was military technologies and weapons that determined strength of the state and its ability to project power worldwide in order to contain the potential enemy. Such new technologies as missiles and nuclear bomb were especially important, as well as military alliances that provided the best geographic position for weapons and military bases. What about now? What about contemporary geopolitics? On the one hand, it goes without saying that military power or hard power is still relevant in contemporary geopolitical competition. States continue to use military weapons in order to contain each other, in order to project their power, in order to control strategic points. However, such a weapon-oriented classical approach tells us little about how this control over strategic points or over certain resources is converted into state's hard power. Does it mean that if state possesses certain resources or if it is located in a strategic place, that it becomes the most powerful state? It is hard to say something like this. The second drawback is about the nuclear parity between the two strongest nuclear powers. In the times of the Cold War, they were the United States and USSR. Today, it is the United States and the Russian Federation. The nuclear parity means that a global war, a nuclear war between these countries is unlikely. And that's why we can conclude that competition between the main powers which are not likely to start a direct war with each other, moves to a different sphere that is not necessarily connected to a hard or military power. Many scholars believe that in contemporary geopolitics, competition between states has moved to the economic sphere. The best evidence of the importance of economic power in international relations is the story of collapse of the Soviet Union. It happened in 1991, and one of the reasons why the Soviet Union collapsed was its economic instability. Therefore, we can conclude that a strong and sustainable economy is needed if a country wants to participate in global geopolitical competition. Is there an alternative to the economic power? On the one hand, we can find the example of North Korea, where the leadership of this country focused on production of military power or hard power in order to ensure its security. We can see that the development of nuclear weapon guaranteed security of North Korea and guaranteed that no other country would intervene. However, on the other hand, we can say that the country that does not care about its economy and which economy is unstable or weak cannot effectively participate in the global geopolitical competition. Therefore, when we speak about great powers that try to contest each other globally and participate in global geopolitical competition, they would necessarily possess a strong and effective economy and economic power as another tool of geopolitical competition. So how can the economic power strengthen the state and provide its geopolitical advantages? First, economic power is important to ensure technological progress. The better your economy works, the more innovative it is, and the easier it is for you to modernize your military technologies, which finally provide your security. Second, to ensure domestic stability and to exclude any possibility of domestic revolts or domestic pressure on the government. It is important for the government to concentrate its efforts on foreign policy, which finally can lead to successes and to more gains from the foreign policy actions, which would contribute to more effective economy. And third, to attract allies or to pay in different form to the other states for their assistance and international support. This is one of the reasons why the United States is so successful in the international arena. They are very attractive economically. That's why many countries worldwide decide and like to cooperate with this country and to provide certain security services. For example, it's their strategic location for the American military bases to be put there. Finally, economic power is a very important indicator of how the overall power is distributed and redistributed among states. Here we can see how the power was distributed among the states in the recent 2000 years. As it is clear from the graph, the period of the European dominance in international relations, which started nearly in the 18th, 19th century, was much more an exception, and it looks like the age of Asia is coming back. It means that the Asian countries like China and potentially India would be involved in international politics more and more. And these would be pushed not by hard power, but by their economic capabilities. The bottom line is that contemporary geopolitics is not so homogeneous as the previous two stages. The traditional geopolitics was very focused on the organic theories of the state, how the state emerge, how they live, how they should expand in order to be powerful. The Cold War geopolitics focused on bipolar competition and how states should use the hard power in order to contain their geopolitical opponent. Contemporary geopolitics is not only about hard power. Of course, hard power is still very important. However, states cannot use it in order to compete globally and to concentrate only on military technologies. The competition has moved into a different sphere, which is the economic sphere. And this is how we move to the next dimension of the contemporary geopolitics, which is geoeconomics. Geoeconomics has become a very important part of contemporary geopolitics. Economic power and economic competition have become essential parts of geopolitical competition. The very term geoeconomics was first introduced by the American political scholar Edward Luttwak in the beginning of 1990s. Luttwak noticed that the dominant elites of the greatest powers have ceased to consider war as a practical solution for military confrontations between them, because they were afraid of the total nuclear war between each other. And therefore, according to Luttwak, the global political competition has moved to the economic sphere. Luttwak highlighted that even in terms of economy, states remain territorial entities, spatially rather than functionally defined. What does it mean? It means that states seek to maximize outcomes within their boundaries. They restrict advantages to their own residents, meaning that they try to support, first of all, their national companies. And they aim for domestically optimal decisions regardless of how others are affected. It means that states very interested in their own prosperity. They try to think how to support their companies, how to make their own nations prosperous, instead of thinking about global advantages. All in all, two main statements were made by Luttwak. First, that world politics is still not about to give way to world business, which contradicted the logic of globalization of the 1990s. Luttwak believed that despite the fact that borders disappear, states will still play the most important role, the leading role in international affairs. Second point, that states are inclined to struggle for relative advantage, even if only by means other than force, which puts geoeconomics very close to geopolitics, or as Luttwak himself called it, geoeconomics, like geopolitics, is about conflicts between states, or logic of conflict, grammar of commerce. He believed that the new age that has come after the end of the Cold War would be defined by geoeconomic rules. Edward Luttwak wasn't alone in his belief that economic power would play a leading role in the new post-Cold War era. The other scholar, the previously mentioned Samuel Huntington, also believed that economic power will be increasingly important in international politics. He said that although major powers have common interests in promoting trade, they would clash over benefits from increasing trade. In other words, he said that international economy is just like international politics, a zero-sum game, which means that if one country wins in the geoeconomic competition, the other definitely loses. So let's discuss geoeconomics in more detail. Is it the same as geopolitics? Luttwak believed that several peculiarities should be mentioned when we speak about geoeconomics. First, states, even economically successful, do not necessarily struggle for power and act geopolitically. We can look at the example of Switzerland or Singapore, which are extremely successful in terms of their economic development. However, they do not participate in the world geopolitical struggle, especially Switzerland, which has the tradition of neutrality during the recent hundreds of years. Second, in geopolitics, state is the main actor in geopolitical competition. In geoeconomics, it is not exactly true. On the one hand, we can agree that state remains the main actor in international relations, even in the sphere of economy. However, on the other hand, its policy, the state's policy, can be also indirect, and it can achieve its goals through commercial companies that act on its behalf. Since commercial companies are involved in the geoeconomic competition, we should bear in mind that these companies have their own interests that not necessarily coincide with the geopolitical interests of the state. That is why the state that tries to involve these companies has to find a balance between its interests and commercial, purely financial interests of these companies. Thus, the state, in terms of geoeconomic competition, is a little bit more limited in its opportunities. Another limitation comes from the global interdependence between the states. It means that if a certain state tries to use certain geoeconomic tools in order to pressure its opponent, in theory, the use of these tools can affect both ways, and it can dramatically influence the domestic economy of the state that tries to use them. For example, if state A tries to impose sanctions against state B, in theory it can mean that national companies of the state A that trade with companies of the state B can suffer from these measures as well, and thus the whole national economy can also suffer. Geoeconomics becomes a very important link between resources and how the state can convert these resources into power and use this power in order to geopolitically pressure its opponents. Here you see that geoeconomics can work both solely, meaning convert resources into economic power and use these resources geopolitically, or it can use these resources in order to contribute to production of weapons and other means of hard power in order to support geopolitical tools. It is clear that geoeconomics is oriented on strengthening the state with the use of economic means and to improve its economic power. Geopolitics is oriented on the issues of security, hard power, and how to protect the state. However, both these strategies are oriented and their final goal is security and power of the state, which means that they try to achieve the same goal but with the help of different means. In essence, geoeconomics emerged in the early 1990s to show new rules of international politics, of international competition that appeared after the end of the Cold War. Geoeconomics has the same logic of conflict as geopolitics. However, it uses different instruments in order to achieve ultimate goal. Geoeconomics adds new actors and new rules into this international conflict, international competition. For example, it can involve companies, commercial companies, to use them within this competition among states. It contributes to understanding, and this is the most important about geoeconomics, how resources, all aspects of these resources, human resources, natural resources, trade routes as well, and control over these resources and trade routes can be converted into states' power. Economic power thus adds a better understanding how the state uses resources and trade to convert it into power and to compete with the other states. Geoeconomics is the use of economic instruments to promote and defend national interests and to produce beneficial geopolitical results. It also studies the effects of other nations' economic actions on a country's geopolitical goals. Geoeconomics added to geopolitics a powerful tool of analysis of international relations. In contemporary world, a global war and a nuclear war between great powers, the main powers, is unlikely to happen. That's why the hard power that was widely used in the times of imperial and of Cold War geopolitics is still relevant, but it is not anymore the only instrument, the only tool of international competition. States are using more and more geoeconomic instruments. So let's look and discuss in details these geoeconomic instruments and the very logic of geoeconomic measures of the states. Let's start with economic security and resources, which are the basis of any economy of any state in the world. First, resources are limited and finite, and that's why states struggle for resources. Second, resources are very important not only for economy itself, but also in terms of competition, because they are the main source of hard power, including military power. That's why we can conclude that it is important for the state to possess resources, to have the ability to extract these resources, or to have access to the market or to extraction of these resources abroad. It is of high importance for any state that tries to think and to act geopolitically. Geoeconomics is not only about resources and their placement. It is also about the ability of the country, as it was mentioned, to have access to these resources abroad. In traditional geopolitics, it was about control over trade routes. In contemporary geoeconomics, it is not only about the ability to trade with other countries and to have stable supplies of natural resources, but also about the ability of a certain state to build infrastructure to provide supplies of strategic resources, and also to diversify these supplies by having the ability, geographic ability and technological ability to build alternative types of infrastructure. So infrastructure is another instrument, another tool of contemporary geoeconomics. Supply of resources, the ability to have access to resources abroad, to build infrastructure, all these things are the elements of international trade. International trade can also contribute to geopolitics of a state, being one of the geoeconomic tools. When you trade a lot with certain countries, you can create certain preferable conditions for this trade. And even more, you can start to think about economic or trade unions with certain states. These economic unions, if they're stable, may become a good basis for further geopolitical cooperation with these states. So trade and its further stages of trade unions and economic unions is the so-called geoeconomics of inclusion, when you develop your economic relations with, let's say, neighboring countries, and by doing this, you strengthen your political relations with these countries. Geoeconomics of inclusion means that we develop trade and economic relations with the other states, for example, with the neighboring countries, and by doing this, we spread our influence, political influence, we establish with them close relations, and by this we also try to provide our security, making friendly relations with our neighbors. If there is geoeconomics of inclusion, let's speak about geoeconomics of exclusion. Obviously, if we have friendly relations with our neighbors, we are not interested in our geopolitical opponents or geopolitical competitors to also have friendly relations with our neighbors or to have some kind of political influence on our neighbors. That's why we are interested in certain tools how to exclude our competitors from our economic and political cooperation with our trade partners. A very powerful tool, geoeconomic tool, that can be used by the states and that is widely used today is trade or economic sanctions. Economic or trade sanctions, on the one hand, can be used against our geopolitical opponent in order to limit its access to the region where we have our exclusive geopolitical interests. However, in this case, we need a certain level of coordination of our policy and policy of our trade partners, so they would impose the same sanctions against our opponent. If there is not such a level, in theory, sanctions as a geoeconomic tool can also be used against a certain regional country in order to pressure it to choose us as a favorable geopolitical partner, especially in a situation when this country is dependent on trading with us more than on trading with our geopolitical partner. The main difference between financial sanctions and trade sanctions is that financial sanctions are not so dependent on geography and they can ignore many geopolitical characteristics of the state, like location or distance between the two states. So, on the one hand, financial sanctions can be easily overcome by the state, and any state can easily diversify its financial relations. On the other hand, however, if these sanctions are imposed by a powerful state, by great power, or the so-called rule maker in the sphere of international finances, the sanctions may be much more painful. To conclude, geoeconomics as an approach to international relations is very similar to geopolitics. On the one hand, geoeconomics is an approach to analyze international system. It tells how it works in terms of economic power distribution. Geoeconomics tells us about what are the main places to extract resources, what are the main potential trade partners where we can purchase resources. It tells us, with the help of geography, where we should build our infrastructure in order to diversify our supplies of resources. It tells us a lot about trade routes. It tells us about our existing trade partners and potential trade partners. On the other hand, geoeconomics, like geopolitics, is a knowledge that can be used to push geostrategy of the state. Geoeconomics not only tells us about resources, trade, and global distribution of power, it also gives certain recommendations how a state should act in order to achieve certain geopolitical goals. For example, with what countries to trade, how to convert trade relations into economic union and into its political influence, how to use resources or finances to pressure certain countries and to spread your political or geopolitical influence in certain places. The end of the Cold War, the time of transition from the so-called classical to contemporary geopolitics, was another example of international relations when critical geopolitics can be used in order to explain events of those times. We remember that it was the role of Mikhail Gorbachev in the end of the Cold War, and this is particularly the example of another human factor, how one person, meaning the first and the last president of the Soviet Union, considering his own changing worldview, perception of the outer world, decided to call back Soviet military troops from Europe and allowed the Eastern European socialist countries go their own way, according to the so-called Sinatra doctrine, as it was named by some journalists. So it was the time of significant influence of human factor, and particularly of factor of one person. However, as we discussed previously, the end of the Cold War did not mean the overall end of geopolitics. Geopolitics continued to live, geopolitics continued to exist in terms of confrontation between different countries, and as long as we are now in the frames of critical geopolitics, geopolitics continued to be determined by
certain human factors. The only difference was that these human factors were not the same as in the times of the Cold War. There was no more ideology, there was impact of different personalities, but still the human factors remained in geopolitical competition. We're going to look at this particularly in the examples of three geopolitical confrontations: the so-called concept of clash of civilizations, the relations between Russia and the West and in the broad sense, and the US-China relations. We can use critical geopolitics or popular geopolitics to explain, for example, the absence of confrontation at the popular level between Russia and China. There is really very little background for such a confrontation. To the opposite, we can give example of the Western civilization in broad sense and the Islamic civilization. Confrontation in mass culture between these two civilizations was predetermined by several events. Probably we can find some roots in deep involvement in politics of the region of the United States, in the Middle East, and the role that the United States played in the Kuwait War in the early 1990s. Second, we can obviously mention the terrorist attacks against the United States in 2001, after which a lot of American politicians, and in mass culture it was present as well, declared some states in the Middle East supporters of terrorism and even terrorist states. As a result of those events, the United States decided to invade Iraq and Kuwait, which caused again very bad public reaction and another wave of critics against the United States and the Western world. So here is a very good example of how mass culture can dictate politicians and can influence the geopolitical confrontation, in this case at the level of civilizations. Relations between the West and Russia is another good example. On the one hand, we can say that after the end of the Cold War in 1990s, there was no more confrontation in these relations. On the other hand, we can use critical geopolitics, for example, formal and practical geopolitics, to explain re-emergence of this confrontation in the 2000s and to answer the question why it continues today. Let's start with NATO expansion. In 1990s, there was no need for NATO to expand because Russia was not an enemy for the European countries. However, the legacy of the Cold War and the previous experience did not allow many European politicians to overcome the past perception of Russia as a potential enemy. As a result, NATO included Eastern European countries in the end of 1990s and in the early 2000s. Protection of these Eastern European countries against Russia was not declared as an official goal when the Eastern European countries joined NATO. However, Russian politicians also had this past experience of confrontation with the West, and obviously they considered NATO expansion as a potential attack, as a potential threat to security of their own country. Overall, we can say that on both sides, states were headed by the politicians who had this previous experience of confrontation with each other in the times of the Cold War. And this previous experience explains why many academics, many scientists, many politicians, and even journalists continue to reproduce this rhetoric of confrontation of the times of the Cold War nowadays at the level of relations between Russia and Europe, Russia and the United States, Russia and the West in general. And the third example where we can use critical geopolitics to explain relations between countries is relations between the United States and China. Here I remind you that relations between the United States and China were very good in the times of confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union. For couple decades, the United States considered China as a potential ally. And with great assistance of Henry Kissinger himself and some other American diplomats and politicians, the United States invested a lot into Chinese economies. It brought some technologies to China. Overall, it became a very big background for further rapid economic development of this republic. However, nowadays, economic growth of China is viewed in the United States absolutely different. The United States, for a long time, for more than a century, was the main economy, the first economy in the world. This country was, from the very early times of its existence, focused on international trade, on liberal trade. And of course, today, the United States consider China as something absolutely opposite to its interests and its values. According to the United States, Chinese government and Chinese politicians, they break the rules of international trade, they steal technologies, and in terms of interests, they threaten, they challenge the interests of the United States, the US companies. In order to struggle with this situation, the previous president of the United States, Barack Obama, decided to establish the so-called Trans-Pacific Partnership, which excluded China, which included a lot of other Pacific states, in order to dictate rules of international trade and to make China follow these rules. The contemporary president of the United States, Donald Trump, refused from the previous strategy. He refused from Trans-Pacific Partnership. However, it looks like he continues strategy of Barack Obama, but only with different instruments. He is not afraid of using tariffs and sanctions against China, but the logic seems to be the same: to preserve America's #1 place in the world in terms of economic development and to limit or to slow down economic development of China as potentially the main economic and probably therefore political competitor of the United States. Ultimately, after we went through all stages of development of geopolitics, including traditional geopolitics prior to the Second World War, classical geopolitics in the time of the Cold War, and contemporary geopolitics, we used critical geopolitics to explain human factors behind something that seemed previously to us as something objective. We proved that there was a lot of subjectivity in decisions made by geopoliticians, geopolitical scholars, their concepts. Well, after all this said, it looks like geopolitics, as we discussed it previously, is irrelevant. So let's now try to answer the question whether it is really so or still there is certain place for classical geopolitics.
Now, when we know the main stages of development of geopolitics and what is geoeconomics, let's speak about how we can use this knowledge in order to analyze contemporary situation in international relations. First, we should say that there are three main levels of geopolitical analysis: the world or global level, regional level, and state level. Let's start with the global level. To begin with, we should first define the main world powers capable of global or geopolitical planning, where under geo we mean the whole planet. We should consider, first of all, historical experience of the contemporary leading powers, because geopolitics historically was also a certain type of thinking, of approaching the international relations. And secondly, of course, we should think about power capabilities, meaning if state has enough power to implement its own geopolitical ambitions. Then classical geopolitics suggests us to look at power and security issues in international relations. So we try to find geopolitical influence and presence of the main geopolitical powers in the world. We look at their power capabilities and power projection in certain points of the world map. And we also look at if there are such allies in different parts of the world and alliances led by these great powers. Finally, we should find out the main geopolitical issues around which the whole geopolitical competition will happen. For example, we should think about particular states important for, in general, or for security of the main or key players in contemporary geopolitics. We should also think about other places and their value in terms of global competition. For example, in terms of policy of containment between the great powers, in terms of resources that are needed for the great powers, and maybe some other issues. Today, in a globalized world, military power and traditional sources of power are not so frequently used in international competition. That's why we should also think geoeconomically when we analyze the global geopolitical situation. The geoeconomic analysis looks pretty the same just as geopolitical one. We also think about geoeconomic influence and presence of the main geoeconomic powers. We try to consider their economic capabilities, meaning trade and economic unions, and the value of these unions for these key players. We'll also consider location of strategic resources and their value for particular geopolitical players, and control over trade routes and infrastructure. The one thing that we should always remember is that geoeconomics is also about geopolitical planning, meaning that we try to find some economic sources of power and economic instruments to influence the other states, for example, your geopolitical opponents or the states that are valuable for your security or economic power, but we start with defining the key geopolitical players, the states capable of geopolitical planning. All in all, the world or global level of analysis shows us the broad picture, the world competition between the main states, the most powerful states that historically happened and that is still continues to happen. However, there are a lot of cases when geopolitical competition happens at the regional level with involvement of regional players. How to study this level of geopolitics? The regional level of geopolitical analysis looks pretty similar to the global one. We start with defining the key players, the key states of a region that can contribute and that participate in regional geopolitics. First of all, it is regional powers, the so-called regional powers, the most powerful states in a particular region, and rising powers or revisionists that try to review the existing order in a particular region. On the one hand, we study the regional geopolitics as it is. On the other hand, we should consider the role of global geopolitics because it also can influence regional events. In other words, we take the scheme of the global geopolitical analysis, but we also add to geopolitics and geoeconomics, geopolitics of global powers in the region and geoeconomics of global powers in the same region. The final level of geopolitical analysis is the state level, when we look at reasons and factors that influence foreign policy of particular state. To do this, we can use the so-called SWOT analysis that helps us to define strong and weak side, geopolitical sides of the state, and geopolitical opportunities and threats. When we are speaking about strong and weak side, obviously we can use various geographic factors like location of state, relative location, meaning neighbors of state, its access to trade routes, its power that originates from its geography or natural resources, and so on. When we are speaking about opportunities and threats, we can also consider something that may happen in a region or at the global level that state can do in order to strengthen itself, to improve its power position in terms of presence in different parts of the world. Maybe it can attract different states as its allies, maybe it can spread its sphere of influence to become more powerful, and threats, meaning the same actions made by its geopolitical competitors, who try to contain you, who try also to spread their own sphere of influence that challenges your power in a region, and so on. Hello, and welcome back to my course. By this moment, we have learned a lot of things about geopolitics. For example, the history of geopolitics, where and when it emerged, and who were the main people who contributed to its emergence, the scholars who formulated the main concepts of the traditional geopolitics. We know the history of the classical geopolitics, how geopolitics became much closer to the realist theories and how it developed during the years of the Cold War. After the end of the Cold War, we have discussed the history of contemporary geopolitics, that geopolitics successfully survived the moment of unipolarity and it continues to provide tools to analyze international relations in terms of security, in terms of usage of hard power and global geopolitical competition between the great powers. We have also discussed the value of geoeconomics as another tool that supports geopolitics and explains a different aspect or aspects of security, of international competition in the economic sphere. Together, geopolitics and geoeconomics provide tools to properly estimate the contemporary international situation. First, we do it at the global or regional level, and then we discuss the state level, the main priorities and capabilities of the state. Still, we do not have the feeling that we can successfully use all these tools. For example, how should we use the geopolitical theories? Some of them are too narrow, some of them are too broad. For example, the Heartland and Rimland theories tell us a lot about strategic places somewhere in Eurasia. However, we know that in contemporary international relations, many great powers pay a lot of attention to the regions of Latin America and Africa, so both Heartland and Rimland theories appear some sort of useless here. The balance of power theory is a very good geopolitical approach to speak about global distribution of power between the main competitors, especially if we are speaking about bipolar competition. But today, when we have a certain level of multipolarity and many great powers to think geopolitically, the balance of power tells us little about regional peculiarities, geopolitical peculiarities. Another problem is that geopolitics changes. It is not static. As we have discussed previously with the development of new technologies, the geopolitical thinking, the geopolitical understanding of space of the whole world may change. And considering this fact, how can we be sure that the theory or the concept that we use currently is still relevant, is still appropriate to explain foreign policy of a certain state or international relations at large? Finally, and this is the third problem, there is still no common geopolitical knowledge. Geopolitics as an approach may vary from one state to another. A very good example is the period of the Second World War, when there was the Nazi geopolitics and the US geopolitical approach that totally criticized the German geopolitical thinking. Another good example is the period of the Cold War. On the one hand, we can agree that both Soviet Union and the United States had very similar geopolitical worldview. On the other hand, the Soviet geopolitics was first about spreading communist ideology and second about how to provide security for the USSR, especially in the region of Eastern Europe. For the United States, geopolitics was quite different. It was about how to contain spread of communist ideology rather than to spread its own sphere of influence. Geopolitics can not only vary from one state to another, but it also can change in the same state in different periods of its history. Germany, again, is a good example. We remember that in the early years of the German geopolitics, it was quite imperial, it was focused on expansion, on organic theories. Then, in the years of Nazi rule in Germany, it was much more concentrated on gaining Lebensraum, the living space for the German nation. After Germany lost the Second World War, German geopolitics disappeared, and West Germany was much more concentrated on cooperation with the neighboring countries, especially with France, to create the European Economic Community, which is very different from the previous geopolitical thinking. This policy remains even today, and we can say for sure that the current foreign policy of Germany is far from the previous geopolitical thinking. Russia is another good example. In the second half of the 19th, early 20th century, this country occupied territory that was called by Halford Mackinder a heartland. Despite this fact, Russia did not try to occupy the whole continent and even didn't start to contest the United Kingdom's sea power. Rather, it was concentrated on its security, and spread of its borders was a tool how to provide this security. In the years of Soviet Union, ideology became a part of the Soviet geopolitics. It became especially relevant after the end of the Second World War, in the years of Cold War, when there was a global geopolitical competition between the Soviet Union and the West, led by the United States. The classical geopolitics of those times was enriched by power competition with the United States in terms of nuclear power, in terms of global power parity, balance of power. However, in 1980s, the Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev voluntarily refused from this geopolitics and declared a new geopolitical thinking. He called the European continent a common home for both the West and the Soviet Union. Today, most scholars agree that Russian geopolitics is back, but we can say for sure that there is no planter of ideology in this politics. Russian current geopolitics is pragmatic and is focused on country's security again. Let's look at Japan as another example. In the 19th, early 20th century, Japan tried to imitate the European imperial geopolitics. And by doing this, it started to conquer the new territories in East Asia. After the defeat in the Second World War, Japanese foreign policy thinking totally changed. And since those times, we cannot find any signs of geopolitics in the Japanese foreign policy. We can discuss geoeconomic dimension of it, but still we can agree that its strategy has changed significantly. Talking about the United States, we can also find several stages of the evolution of its geopolitics. It started in the late 19th century with the ideas of General Mahan that supported the idea of control, the American control over the main trade routes over the seas. However, it took a lot of time for the United States to become more engaged in the global geopolitics. It actually happened in the years of the Second World War and right after the Second World War, when the American geopolitics became something that we call classical geopolitics, and it started to compete with the Soviet Union, with its ideology, and to contain the spread of the Soviet ideology. After the end of the Cold War, geopolitics continued to play an important role in the US foreign policy. The United States continued to care about their security, and they saved a lot of military bases worldwide. If we look at the American foreign policy through the prism of geoeconomics, we can find different strategies again. For example, in the years of presidency of Barack Obama, there was a strategy how to spread the American influence by constructing new trade unions. The Trans-Pacific Partnership with the states in East Asia, mainly in East Asia, and with the European Union, the so-called Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership. This geoeconomic strategy totally changed when the new president, Donald Trump, entered the White House office and became the next president of the United States. His first order actually was to refuse from Trans-Pacific Partnership. Instead, President Trump tries to achieve geoeconomic goals for his country with the use of different instruments like trade tariffs and sanctions. Essentially, the geopolitical knowledge was diverse in the recent century and a half. In the age of traditional geopolitics, it was different, let's say, in Germany, the United Kingdom, Russia, Japan, and the United States. In the age of classical geopolitics, despite a very strict structure of international relations, the so-called bipolar competition, the geopolitical worldview in the United States and in the Soviet Union was also different. Even today, when we are speaking about contemporary geopolitical concepts like the clash of civilizations, it is really hard to use this concept to explain foreign policy behavior of certain states. For example, the closest civilization or group of states to the United States is Latin America. However, the efforts of the US foreign policy are concentrated on different regions. For example, on the region of Middle East and partly on the region of East Asia, the places which are far from the American homeland. Altogether, it means that before we start to analyze international or regional situation, and before we start to estimate capabilities or interests of a certain state, we should be ready and we should be able to explain why there is different geopolitical tradition, geopolitical knowledge in various states across the globe. It looks like geopolitics tells us that there are certain objective laws that determine international relations, and it tries to help us to find these laws. However, at this stage, geopolitics tells us little about regional or local peculiarities of these laws. And we do not speak about how these laws can be applied to certain regions or states, but how these laws are understood in certain places. From this point of view, geopolitics can be called a positivist theory or positivist approach. Let's discuss in detail what it means. Positivist theories tell us that there is a certain objective reality in the world. What does it mean, objective? That this reality is independent from the observer. It can be described in the same manner independently from the personality of the observer. In this picture, we can see a cylinder as an example of this objective reality. If we look at this picture, we all can agree that this is a cylinder. As long as there is an objective reality, we can find certain rules in accordance with which this objective reality exists and evolutionizes. From this point of view, the first theories of international relations are positivist. They try to find these objective rules in accordance to which states develop across the globe and interact with each other. Let's, for example, look at realism. According to realist tradition, there is an objective reality that is anarchy, war of all against all. And within this objective reality, states care about their survival and security. And the main rational strategy for the state is to think about how to provide its security in the situation of permanent international competition. Liberalism is another example. Liberalists believe that there is anarchy in international society as well. However, they think that the rational strategy in this situation is not to compete, but to cooperate for states, because cooperation may bring mutual benefits. The geopolitical approach that we have studied previously for sure is also positivist. It is very close to the realist tradition. It believes that there is a permanent competition between states. And it tries to offer explanation of this competition and gives certain advice to the states how to win this competition, how to ensure survival, security, but with the use of geographic dimension, with the use of geographic factors that influence the international relations. As we see, the idea of rational choice is an important part of any positivist theory. The positivists believe that as long as there are certain objective rules in accordance to which international relations develop, it is rational for the state to act in a certain way. These two assumptions, the idea that there is an objective reality independent from the observer that can be described or even predicted, and the idea of a rational choice, were widely criticized by a new generation of scholars in 1980s. This new generation and their approach was called a critical approach or critical theories, because they criticized these two assumptions. They believed that international relations as both theory and practice cannot be divided, and that the subject and the object in international relations cannot be separated from each other. The best example to describe the weakness of positivist theories was the end of the Cold War. When the last Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, declared his new foreign policy thinking, realism, liberalism, and geopolitics could not predict this step, and obviously they could not explain why it suddenly happened. It was decision of a one man that totally changed not only the geopolitical strategy of one of the two superpowers, but also the global geopolitical landscape. From this moment, scholars that represented this critical approach started to insist on studying not only the structure of international relations, in other words, how the power is distributed, and on study on some events in this structure, but also on looking much deeper in how this structure is understood at the state level by societies, by the leaders of the states, and by decision makers, by everyone who is involved in the process of decision making. One of the pioneers of this critical approach was American political scientist Alexander Wendt, the founder of the so-called constructivist approach or social constructivism. In his famous article, "Anarchy is what states make of it," Wendt pointed that foreign policy of the state is determined strongly by its historical experience, its ideology, culture, religion, knowledge. All these factors show how the state understands the surrounding reality, the global world around it, as well as its own place in this global world. We're not going to look deep into each of the critical approaches. Our main idea is to understand why this critical approach emerged and why it is called critical. That's why let's mention two more critical theories. The first one is gender theory. It tries to explain international relations from the view of gender determination. Representatives of this theory believe that initially international relations were driven by patriarchy, and that's why they follow certain rules. They are brutal, they are oriented on struggle among states, and so on. Another critical approach is post-structuralism. It is very similar to social constructivism, but it offers us to focus much more on discourse in international relations. Oral discourse, speeches, as well as written texts like concepts, doctrines, and other documents. It is very important for us, especially because in geopolitics there were a lot of such speeches and documents that determined the further steps in foreign policy of the states. The critical approach significantly changed the way of study of international relations. It showed that positivist theories provide only one angle through which we look at international politics. The second angle, with more attention to the subject that studies or practices international relations, became also very important. And geopolitics wasn't an exception. Critical approach in geopolitics started to emerge in late 1970s, early 1980s. One of the representatives of this approach, the French scientist Yves Lacoste, in his book Geography is First and Foremost About Making War, pointed that geopolitics cannot be, as is knowledge, cannot be separated from political practice, including military actions and military conflicts. He believed that geopolitics from the very early years of its existence was subordinated to political and commercial interests of states and empires. His main proposition was to study geopolitical concepts and theories of the past from the angle of environment where these theories and concepts appeared. Dalby believed that this could contribute to understanding why there is no common geopolitical knowledge and it is so diverse across the globe. His proposition was to study the environment in which geopolitical concepts and theories of the past emerged. He believed that this study could contribute to better understanding of evolution of geopolitical concepts and theories. As we remember, traditional geopolitics believed that this evolution happens because of new technologies discovered, new places, new resources become more important than in the previous periods of human history. According to Dalby, it is not only environment, but also the perception of environment by the states that matters in terms of geopolitics. Two more scientists contributed to the emergence of critical geopolitics, Gerard Toll and John Agnew. Their contribution was about the role of great powers in constructing the geopolitical knowledge. They pointed that from the very beginning, geopolitics was made by politicians and scientists that represented the main states in the world, the empires. On the one hand, it was quite understandable. Only great and strong powers had enough capabilities to project their power worldwide, to participate in global competition. On the other hand, it is another argument to say that geopolitics from the very beginning was created not as a science or as an approach to describe the neutral views of all countries in the world. It was initiated in the states, in the empires that tried to justify their imperial ambitions and tried to build their own world. This view of the two representatives of critical geopolitics can explain us why geopolitical knowledge is diverse across the globe, because every country had its own interests and had its own view on this world. Gerard Toll called the classical and traditional geopolitics a problem-solving theories. He believed that these theories tried to answer the questions how the world is organized and what the states must do within this world. To distinguish critical geopolitics from traditional and classical approaches, he said that it does not try to answer the question what is geopolitics or how it works. Instead, critical geopolitics answers the question how geopolitics and geopolitical tradition or geopolitical knowledge have been textualized with certain meanings at various times and in various contexts. If we try to find the formal beginning of critical geopolitics as another tradition to study international relations, we can mention the year 1996, when a special issue of the journal Political Geography was published. It was called Critical Geopolitics. The editor of this special issue, the previously mentioned Simon Dalby, pointed, all the papers collected in this volume challenge some aspect of taken for granted geopolitical knowledge by looking at its social production, the parameters of its discursive economy, or some combination of the two. The articles in this special issue were published by Simon Dalby himself, as well as Gerard Toll and some new authors like Klaus Dortz and Paul Routledge. Their main idea was that all these scholars did not try to contest traditional classical geopolitics. They try to provide a different angle to look at geopolitical tradition. After we have studied the history of critical geopolitics, let's discuss its methodology. According to critical geopolitics, the main ideas about geopolitics, geopolitical knowledge and geopolitical traditions came from two sources. The first is practitioners, statespersons, politicians, military commanders, and the second source is formal, strategic thinkers and public intellectuals that also contributed to formulating concepts and theories. And from the point of view of critical geopolitics, the first dominated the last, meaning that the scholars were in many cases subordinated to politicians or were extremely close to the decision-making, political decision-making. But according to critical geopolitics, the first stage and the primary source of geopolitical knowledge was neither politician nor intellectual. It was, as we see, a state structure that included history, geography, identity, state apparatus, and many other characteristics of the state, including how the state perceived its own place in the world at different levels. This structure predetermined something that can be called geopolitical imaginations, and these geopolitical imaginations were divided into three parts. The first that we have discussed, practical geopolitics, which can be studied in political speeches, in state actions, diplomatic and legal practices. Formal geopolitics, that was mainly constructed by intellectuals and can be studied in their strategic working papers, reports, political doctrines. And the third level that we mentioned here for the first time, popular geopolitics. As long as population was an inevitable part of any country, and as long as after the end of the Second World War, civil society started to play a larger role in decision-making process worldwide, including the countries that practiced geopolitics. Popular geopolitics also became very important in terms of constructing geopolitical knowledge. Here we can study mass media culture, state rituals, public opinions, everything where we can find this geopolitical knowledge that was constructed at the popular level and was then repeated again and again. At the moment, we know that critical geopolitics pays huge attention not to objective factors of geography and their role, their influence on international relations, but it focuses rather on the role of man, the role of human in historical process, in how decisions of particular persons in the history influenced foreign policy and therefore the overall international relations. To make their arguments even stronger, representatives of critical geopolitics, and particularly the well-known to us Gerard O'Toole, insisted that geography itself is also not an objective knowledge. They showed that the word geography actually means the earth writing. It came from the previous centuries when the first people started to make maps and to put on these maps landscape around their countries and landscape of their country as well. And of course, something that these scholars put on the map could not live without their own understanding of how the surrounding world was organized. Therefore, geographing or earth writing could not be distinguished from how these people politically, socially perceived the outer world. Another source of problems was the fact that our Earth
is a globe, and every time when you try to put this globe on a map, you usually have empty spaces, and you need to somehow fill these empty spaces with something, and as a result there are certain distortions in the places which are closer to the poles. These distortions historically were filled with earth and with water, making countries and making spaces closer to the poles bigger, and this all came probably from the times of a famous geographer, Mercator, who drew one of the first maps, world maps, in the late 16th century. And the result of his work is the so-called Mercator projection that is frequently used nowadays. You can actually find it in the Google Maps. And this is actually the reason why some islands like Greenland look the size almost equal to some continents like Africa. And of course, these problems had certain influence on perception of some countries by other countries or by certain politicians. Let's give one example. In this slide, you see that the size of Russia, whatever it is, the contemporary Russia or the Soviet Union or the Tsarist Russia, in the Mercator's projection looks really bigger. Actually, it is even gigantic if we try to compare Russia, which is, of course, big itself and has the largest territory in the world, with some other states. And probably it also impressed such geographers and geopoliticians as Mackinder. We will talk about it a little bit later. At the moment, I wanted to show you a map of the world in the times of the Cold War, when the Soviet Union and the so-called Soviet bloc, where the Soviet influence was really strong, was perceived by the capitalist states, by the United States, and especially by some countries in Western Europe, as something very strong and powerful. However, as we remember, the wide majority of population in Russia lives in the European part, and most part of the territory is really inhabited. But due to the Mercator's projection in the times of the Cold War, this gigantic territory really impressed and really looked like a huge threat to the capitalist world. So we can conclude that geographing or earth writing was one of the first human factors historically studied by critical geopolitics that had its impact on foreign policy of states, on how politicians and scientists viewed the outer world, and therefore on international relations. It were maps where we first could find division of the world into us and them, and of course attitude of a particular geographer to the outer world influenced that division. As a result, every map contains, among objective reality, a certain part of subjectivity. Mapping the world, however, was not the only human factor. From the very early stages of development of geopolitics, for example, from traditional geopolitics, we can find presence of other factors. In the late 19th, early 20th century, there was an influence of the so-called bourgeois ideology, meaning that a lot of European countries viewed the outer world in terms of materialism. They were struggling with each other for markets, for presence in particular places of the world rich in resources, rich in cheap labor force, and it obviously influenced their foreign policy, making geopolitics sort of bourgeois ideology or even bourgeois science. It is really difficult to overestimate the role of Nazi ideology in the German geopolitics prior and in the times of the Second World War. We will talk about it in details a little bit later. At the moment, we can just say that it was another human factor that really changed geopolitics and how it was used by particular states. Today, the influence of human factor on geopolitical knowledge is not so huge, or probably is not so terrible as it used to be in the times of intensive geopolitical competition and bloody wars and conflicts. However, even now, according to critical geopolitics, geopolitical knowledge is used by certain scientists and politicians to justify, again, division of the world into us and them, or in other words, it contributes to the so-called territorial exclusion of some states, of some peoples from a certain place, from continents, from other territories. And according to critical geopolitics, it is another contribution of human factor because it depends a lot on which politician or which scientist interprets this territorial exclusion. Critical geopolitics studies the role of these human factors and their impact on foreign policy and international relations of states. In order to do it, it looks at some things that we previously mentioned. Let's very briefly remind them. First of all, it is formal geopolitics. Critical geopoliticians look at scientists and scientific institutions which deal with international relations problems in order to understand what is their political, social, or cultural background. In other words, what factors may influence their judgment. The second instrument here is practical geopolitics. Critical geopoliticians, in this case, try to understand geopolitical reasoning of decisions made by certain politicians. So the first two instruments of critical geopolitics deal with particular people or institutions directly involved in decision-making process, like scientists, academic institutions, bureaucratic organizations, or decision-makers like presidents and prime ministers. To the contrast, the other two instruments, number 3 and number 4, deal with spheres where some geopolitical ideas can find their origin. For example, the instrument number 3, which is popular geopolitics, is used by critical geopoliticians to study the so-called mass culture, where national identity is produced and where the images of outer peoples, of outer places, are constructed. And the instrument number 4, which is the final one, is the structural geopolitics, is used to study the outer conditions where the country lives, meaning how the structure of international relations in the world is organized, whether it is multipolar, bipolar, or some other characteristics of the structure, which is also influences perception of the outer world by decision makers, by scientists, and therefore contributes to this human factor in geopolitics. Now let's come back to history and let's try to use some instruments of critical geopolitics in practice. Let's start with the period of imperialism, when the European states more and more often struggled with each other for relative efficiency, for resources, the times when in the world there was no more empty space, and geopolitics was actually used by scientists and politicians to explain, to find sort of scientific justification of this struggle. Many representatives of critical geopolitics, like well-known to us Gerard O'Toole or John Agnew, say that in the times of imperialism, the first geopoliticians used their knowledge in order to justify claims of their countries. Obviously, they were patriots of their countries. They were trying to find scientific constructions in order to explain that it is not their goal, but rather something logic in their foreign policy activity to always expand, to always conquer new territories, new peoples. They tried to make geopolitics as a science in order to depolitize itself, to make this imperialism or other aggression against other countries something normal. And as a result, this science was taken by some politicians, and this is how this view, this foreign policy, which was mainly driven by people who tried to achieve glory, who tried to gain new resources and to bring power to their own country, was, if not legalized, then justified by some sort of scientific law. One of the first and probably one of the best examples here is Sir Halford Mackinder. On the one hand, he was a geographer, which contributed significantly to his worldview. On the other hand, however, he lived in a time very difficult for geographers. It was harder and harder to find new places to discover. And therefore, Alfred Mackinder decided to describe such a situation in the following terms: that the world became a closed space of interaction between countries, and therefore geography should also change. Geography should not be directed on exploration of new territories, but rather it should be focused on assistance to the state of how to compete with other nations for resources, for strategic position, and so on. Unsurprisingly, being focused on this competition, in his theory, he ignored some factors which we probably wouldn't nowadays. For example, he didn't account the United States as one of the old powers because he perceived competition between imperialist states as something traditional originating from competition between the European countries. And he did not consider air power as something valuable in this geopolitical competition, which also tells us that his geopolitical worldview was very significantly influenced by his own personality and his past experience. Another good example is Alfred Mahan from the United States, who advocated usage of sea power in foreign policy for his own country. It wasn't the situation when Alfred Mahan wrote something that was used later by politicians in order to absolutely change foreign policy of the United States and put it in a different direction. However, it was also hard to say that Alfred Mahan tried to describe objective reality. Rather, he looked at foreign policy that was already implemented by the United States, meaning strengthening its fleet and using its naval power to compete with other countries in the world, and decided to advocate the usage of this sea power, in other words, to justify and to tell that it is the most appropriate instrument, instead of objectively studying the origins and the main instruments of international competition, which also, with the usage of instruments of critical geopolitics, tells us that it wasn't a theory of objective reality, but rather it was a theory influenced by personality and by certain aims of Alfred Mahan. Now let's look at academic career of another geopolitician, German Friedrich Ratzel. While Sir Alfred Mackinder was a geographer when he started to develop his geopolitical ideas and concepts, Friedrich Ratzel started his academic career with doctorate in zoology, and he was very interested in issues of migration. If we use critical geopolitics here to study his academic career and his academic background, we can conclude that it all significantly influenced his worldview and the concepts that he developed. Friedrich Ratzel considered the state as a living organism, which, in order to survive and especially to be successful, should always expand. Therefore, he believed that Germany, as such a living organism, to be successful should expand its borders, which actually resulted in his recommendation: to be successful, Germany should join the race for living space, or in German, Lebensraum. Actually, German geopolitical school in the times of traditional geopolitics, in the first half of the 20th century prior to the Second World War, is probably a perfect example to be deconstructed with the instruments of critical geopolitics. Let's continue this topic and look for a while at Rudolf Kjellin. He wasn't German, he was Swedish, but his books, his naturalist views of the state as organism, which were very similar to the views of Friedrich Ratzel, and his explanation of natural origins of foreign policy of states, were very popular in Germany. His books were published in Germany many times, and by the way, one of the latest editions was even edited by the well-known to us Karl Haushofer. We know Karl Haushofer as a founder of German geopolitics as academic discipline. As long as he brought it to the university, he taught it at the university, and he also established the so-called Zeitschrift für Geopolitik, or Journal of Geopolitics. So here we deal with formal geopolitics with Karl Haushofer and some other scientists, German scientists, as representatives of academic community who produced these geopolitical ideas. On the one hand, we remember that Karl Haushofer took a lot from ideas of Friedrich Ratzel, Rudolf Kjellén, to introduce his own concepts. On the other hand, we shouldn't forget that Karl Haushofer served as a military officer in the German army during the First World War. And obviously, this fact also influenced his geopolitical views and brought sort of expansionism into his geopolitical concepts, which was added to the previous, rather expansionist ideas of Friedrich Ratzel and the concept of Lebensraum, living space, which Germany should expand. If we move from formal geopolitics to practical geopolitics, we should definitely mention that Karl Haushofer had certain ties with German geopoliticians in the times of Nazi Germany. And of course, those politicians took a lot from his geopolitical concepts in order to justify or to formulate foreign policy of the Nazi Germany, to make it expansionist or at least to justify its expansionism. Unsurprisingly, Gerhard Ottol, when he described German geopolitical school, called it a specialization of the imperialist desire of the small community of militaristic males who felt Germany was castrated by the Versailles Treaty. In other words, German geopoliticians, academic representatives of geopolitical school, desired revenge. They decided to review the results of the First World War and used geopolitical ideas to justify this revision. As we all remember, with the German geopolitical school, traditional geopolitics came to the end. German geopolitics was blamed and criticized by politicians and academic community as well for many crimes made by the Nazi government of Germany. As a result, in some universities and in part of academic community in Western Europe, in the United States, geopolitics as a field of science was abandoned. In the other cases, geopoliticians, representatives of this field of science, they decided to distinguish themselves from geopolitical experience of German academics. However, most of them were not successful. As John Agnew pointed, the US writers of geopolitics, particularly in the Second World War period, attempted to distance themselves from the German tradition of Haushofer and Geopolitik. However, in most of these cases, they failed to do this because they failed actually to explain how their geopolitics differences from the German one and why American geopolitics was correct and the German was wrong. If from the point of view of critical geopolitics, both cases were significantly influenced by the human factor. The role of this human factor can be found in the way how geopolitics or some geopolitical concepts or approaches to international relations came from the European continent to the United States. A lot of distinguished scholars of that time, in the times of the Cold War, in the times of confrontation between the Soviet Union and the United States, took a lot of concepts and a lot of ideas from the previous European or continental geopolitical thinking. We, in the previous lectures, mentioned such scholars as Nicholas Spikeman and Charles Huppert, who brought many of these ideas, original geopolitical ideas, to the American way of thinking. And we also can mention here some other Europeans like Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, well-known geopoliticians and scientists who significantly influenced the international relations during the Cold War, who were also influenced by this continental geopolitical way of thinking. Probably we should particularly mention here Nicholas Spikeman, a Dutch immigrant who is known to us as a very famous American geopolitician, the author of the famous concept of Rimland. Surprisingly, in the very beginning of his academic career, Nicholas Spikeman was an idealist. He thought that states could coexist with each other and could cooperate. However, in his further academic career, Spykman was significantly influenced by Arnold Wolfers, another immigrant who came to the United States from Germany, where he taught politics, and obviously Arnold Wolfers brought together with him those European or continental geopolitical ideas. We remember that the times after the Second World War were the times when geopolitics, geopolitical knowledge, and realist worldview were extremely close to each other in the context of confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union. The realist concepts of balance of power, of spheres of influence, of a presence in a particular place of the world, of spreading influence by one state over other states, were very close to worldview of many geopoliticians. Probably we can even use critical geopolitics to answer such questions as how geopolitical ideas survived the critics after the Second World War. Why realism, which took a lot from geopolitics and geopolitical way of thinking, became so popular after the Second World War. Why in the times of Cold War politicians considered realist rather than idealist or liberal ideas in their foreign policy decision making. The obvious answer is the results or the outcomes of the Second World War, which was a very bloody conflict, which brought a lot of deaths, which showed the experience of usage of weapon of mass destruction. It all brought politicians and scientists in the field of international relations to the conclusion that many ideas, liberal ideas, failed. They did not prevent states from competing with each other, from conflicting with each other. They did not prevent the Second World War overall. And this is how actually the geopolitical ideas continued, as we discussed it in the second lecture, continued to live in the realist approach. However, as we remember, there was also something new, meaning ideology. Ideology in confrontation between countries. These new phenomena, ideological confrontation in international relations, can also be explained with the usage of critical geopolitics. The word geo here would mean division of the world into us and them, into the US-led camp and the Soviet Union and its allies, into the capitalist bloc and into the communist states. The word politics here would actually explain the division of the world into two ideological camps in terms of how politicians explained to the nation that their ideology was the best, the right, while the other was wrong. In this picture, you can see the example of how it was done previously in case of religion. So the period of the Second World War was the period of ideologies when politicians